Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
What?
How rude.
A what now?
Crazy enough to work. Yeah.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's science.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch. Precision of language. Please.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, bitch.
What?
That's too much, man.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Consequences.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Jesus, I say that.
Right now.
I see that you know your judo well.
Winter is coming.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
It's a great day. For being sad. I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
It's science.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
China?
China. I have to have my China. Cyclone cheetah.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Aren't I a good guy?
I got boxes full of Pepe!
Well, here we are again. Somehow we haven't solved all the world's problems yet, it would seem. So I guess we better keep on doing this thing we do here galactically. Lot to talk about here today, so as always, remember to put on those seatbelts. Well, fantastic to see all of you people here today. Soul Life got the first medal. Aaron W. with the 2, and Trevor Borens with 3. Schmegley. So close. So close with the 4th. Atticus Among Us, Bob Carmody, Mrs. Jens Katz, PB, B-Cat. Sarah Layla. Christy Z. Shoutouts. Sasha G. Normal by nature. Charlie Janier. God damn it. More people keep showing up while I'm talking. I think that's everybody. I'm not 100% on the Godcat. I see Godcat. There, I see you. Okay. I think I got all of you on the early shoutouts. If I missed you, I am sorry. And or Broomer. There you go. Final one. That's it. That's it. We must push forward. Well, it's Sunday Fun Day. So, usually we attempt to approximate like a 30% fun rate here of success, considering what we usually talk about. It's not always that fun. So we're going to try and stick to that today. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to exceed 30%. A lot of shit going on that's not super fun, but we're going to do our best. Let's start in a little place called the United States. But since it's the new year, I figured we'd perhaps talk about some things we might consider doing for ourselves as New Year's resolutions.
Today, many Americans are making a New Year's resolution to exercise more. It's well known that regular exercise is good for your health, but a new scientific consortium is revealing fresh insights into just how profound the benefits are for the human body. William Brangham spoke recently with someone who's helping lead this research, Ewan Ashley. He's a professor of cardiovascular medicine and genetics at Stanford University and the newly named chair of its Department of Medicine. And he calls exercise the single most potent medical intervention ever known.
It's science.
Ewan Ashley, so good to have you on the News Hour. You are undertaking this massive multidisciplinary study to understand how exercise changes our body in some fundamental way. But as I mentioned, don't we already know a lot of this? I mean, what is the importance of doing this much deeper dive that you're doing?
That's a good point.
We've known for maybe 70 years that exercise was among one of the most potent medical interventions known. We knew from studies in the 1950s comparing London bus drivers and London bus conductors that lived in the same environment, but the bus drivers were sitting, the conductors were standing, and the heart disease rate among the drivers was twice that of the conductors. So yes, we've known for 70 years that exercise is really, really good for you. But we have not, through that entire time, really understood how it works. So the new study was to bring together 17, 18 different groups from across the United States to really study, to build a molecular map of exercise, to try and work out how come this intervention that's so available to all of us is the most powerful intervention known. How does it actually work?
And so you've started to publish some of your findings. When you compare exercise to these other critical things that we know are important for health, diet or sleep or things like that, where does exercise fit in? What are the sort of top-line findings of exercise's potency?
Well, one of the things that really surprised us, we're all exercise people already, so we were all convinced as to the benefits, although in this study, we also had a control group. So the first study we released was of rats that were sedentary, and then they were trained over the course of 8 weeks, aerobic training, literally on a treadmill. And then at the end of the period of time and at the end of several time points along that 8-week time period, we looked at the tissues from the rats. And the thing that we were really surprised to find was that really they turned into almost different beings. I mean, exercise was that potent. Every single tissue we looked at showed something completely different from before. It really changed the entire molecular makeup of the individual organs of the rats.
That's big news there. If you didn't know that, that now you know. Science is happening out there.
Positive direction. One example might be that multiple tissues, for example, fat tissue. Another example would be the mitochondria, that are little battery-like organelles inside each cells. When we looked at the changes with exercise, we often saw mirror image changes to the ones we see with disease. So exercise was quite literally kind of reversing in a mirror image-like way the changes that happen with disease and explaining a little bit about how exercise manages to protect from those diseases.
I mean, some of the other findings I read in your initial research is showing that exercise impacts the body in ways that we don't associate with exercise, the digestive system, the mood and mental health. How do you explain that mechanism being so widespread?
Well, I think one of the things is that exercise at the end of the day is a stress. And we don't recommend stress for anyone, certainly not work stress. But the reality is, I think, that stressing our bodies with exercise in just the right amount actually prepares our bodies to deal with the stress of everyday life. One of the biggest signatures we saw was in a system that basically tends to the proteins in our cells, so it helps them come together in the right.
Well, there you go. All sorts of health benefits to just exercising, just enough. You don't have to get too crazy with it. Just getting a little bit in is dramatically beneficial for not just your physical body, but also your mental health. Here's an idea for some, considering the current state of things. Weather-wise, you could take up snow running.
I've noticed a lot more people running in the winter, and I wanted to know how we got here.
Running is trending, and people are signing up for races in big numbers. The Vendetta Montreal Marathon saw a record of 27,000 runners sign up for the races this year. Beyond the competition of it all, running has become a way to socialize. Many I spoke to joke that the popular exercise tracking app Strava is the new Tinder.
Strava, the new Tinder. You heard it here first.
To run, and a lot of new clubs appeared after the pandemic.
There is a ton of research on how exercise, whatever kind of exercise, does improve your mental health. Especially with depression and anxiety.
A study from 2022 from the American College of Cardiology found that regular exercise can decrease the likelihood of heart complications by 22% in people with anxiety and depression. For run coach Heather Allren, running has been a saving grace.
I gotta say, the headline of this article is insane and awesome. I don't know if it's how legit this is. I mean, it is the American College of Cardiology. Running reduces risk of death regardless of duration and speed. Well, there you go, people. Run literally any amount of time, regardless of duration and speed. And it will apparently decrease your likelihood of dying. Seems pretty persuasive, if you ask me. I mean, hey, I'll bet you could even manage to run around the house one time before your phone, or wherever you happen to be, apartment, space station, not even lose connection on your phone, still watch the stream, and get that tiny bit of exercise in. Just saying. Now, here's another thing you might not know, but apparently some more science has been coming out on a different health risk, and considering it's the new year, might want to make this a consideration in your resolutions.
The Surgeon General in the United States says alcoholic drinks should carry a warning label much like cigarettes do for cancer risks. The advisory issued today warns that consuming alcohol increases the risk of developing breast, colon, liver, and other cancers. It also calls for guidelines on alcohol consumption to be reassessed. The Surgeon General called alcohol the third leading preventable cause of cancer in the United States after tobacco and obesity. So just how effective could these warning labels be? For more insight into this, we have reached Erin Hoban. She is a senior scientist at the Public Health Ontario, and in 2017, she ran one of only 2 real-world experiments of adding cancer warning labels on alcohol. She's joining us today from Toronto. Erin, thanks so much for making time for us today.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here.
Erin, I understand you ran this experiment, and I want to get to that in a moment, but I think for many of our viewers, this is kind of a foreign idea because we so often think of cigarettes equal cancer, but we don't necessarily think alcohol leads to cancer. So pin that down a bit for us before we launch further into the conversation.
Yeah, the World Health Organization's International Agency for Research on Cancer categorized the ethanol in all alcoholic beverages as a group 1 carcinogen starting in 1988. And a group 1 carcinogen is the category of highest risk, and it's the same category that tobacco smoke and asbestos are categorized.
That's not great. That's not great if you happen to be a frequent consumer of alcohol there. As bad as smoking and asbestos. Not great. Not great. But apparently, there's a particular group of Americans who were already, to some degree, getting ahead of all of this.
A warning about an increased risk of cancer from drinking alcohol may resonate most with younger Americans, who in recent years were already choosing mocktails over margaritas. In 2023, 49.6% of Americans between 18 and 25 had used alcohol in the last month, according to the U.S. Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. That number is down from just below 60% in 2013. The U.S. Surgeon General on Friday said alcohol consumption had been linked to at least 7 types of cancer, including breast, colon, and liver cancer, but most U.S. consumers remain in the dark about the risk. Asia Wolf, the owner of non-alcoholic bar The Sober Social in Atlanta, said she supports the drive for more awareness.
The announcement that the Surgeon General just made about alcohol being linked to cancer doesn't surprise me because it is a type of poison that we are consuming, and I'm glad that he is making the announcement and putting it out there.
While it's unclear whether Surgeon General Vivek Murthy's suggestions to update warning labels on the risk of alcohol will be acted upon by Congress, public health bodies like the World Health Organization have increasingly turned their attention toward alcohol after making progress on stronger tobacco controls.
All right. Well, there we go. Started off a little bit talking about potential healthy choices we could make here this year and some of the scientific studies and things involving health. And while we're on the topic of health, I figured we'd talk about a different sort of method in which people are attempting to attain health, mental health, among a number of other objectives, with a particular substance known as ayahuasca.
Ayahuasca is a potent brown hallucinogenic liquid that looks like mud, tastes like tree bark, and is the reason why your project manager, Steve, now wears a necklace of wooden tribal beads around the office. Despite being illegal in the United States, the great Amazonian plant teacher has piqued the curiosity of many in the Western world over the last decade. And perhaps no group has embraced the drug with more enthusiasm than the loose conglomerate of founders, celebrities, biohackers, and podcasters that have congealed to form today's modern tech world.
I did that ayahuasca, and that was really interesting.
I've been enjoying it since I did ayahuasca.
Which happened to be with ayahuasca.
The ayahuasca. Ayahuasca.
Ayahuasca.
Ayahuasca. Ayahuasca.
Ayahuasca. Ayahuasca.
Let me ask a Joe Rogan question. Do you think they'll be... I just
3,
recently...
2, 1. Watch out. Jump scare coming. Oh, God.
However,
Help.
some of the biggest investors in Silicon Valley have recently condemned ayahuasca for completely
Not
frying
Mark
the brain of the
Andreessen.
founders they're counting on to build the pointless apps of tomorrow. So
Number
is it a
one
good idea
egghead.
for these tech types to be sucking
Literally.
from the
Look
teat
it
of
up.
Mother Waska?
I know he's a very wealthy man. I wasn't calling him a nerd, though. His head literally looks like an egg. Look it up.
Let's find out. Now, ayahuasca has been used in healing rituals in South America for thousands of years, which is why you'll commonly hear it referred to as a medicine. However, it grew to American pop culture prominence in the early 2010s after it was taken by a number of high-profile celebrities and also Chelsea Handler. This coincided with legitimate medical research into the potential benefits of psychedelics for treating things like depression, anxiety, PTSD, and substance abuse. But don't let all that give you the wrong impression. Tripping on ayahuasca? Ain't all daisies and roses.
It can feel like you're itchy, vomiting, coughing, laughing, crying, like the different ways in which the movement of energy affects us. And a given cup of medicine is going to last a few hours. You know, you're going to peak in this like intensity and then start to come down.
Kat Courtney is the CEO of Plant Medicine People, a group that organizes plant-based healing rituals.
Everybody's different in terms of how intense it.
I could be wrong. I assume this woman's not Native American, but boy, oh boy, is she doing some cultural appropriating here all at once.
Plant-based
really
healing
just
rituals.
Sort of
Everybody's
getting as
different
many of
in
them in as
terms of
possible,
how
I feel like.
intense it is, and every ceremony
Might
is
as well just get a
different. But
headdress.
most of the time, what will happen is the visuals will kick in, like sacred geometry, alien kind of energy. Sometimes we start getting memories of our childhood, like that we're starting to unravel. But it opens up. You often purge. And you purge or vomit because it's releasing trapped energy, emotions.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. I'm sorry, Narwhal. I was too critical. You're right. She is girl bossing. She's leaning in. She's just leaning in, and that's my fault for being critical.
Many trapped emotions into the sink of my freshman dorm's communal bathroom back in college after my first party. That was cool.
So as the medicine wears off the next morning, the next day, just feeling peaceful, connected, like happy, not stressed out, not thinking about our to-do list, not worrying about anything, just like.
I totally forgot. You're right. You are owed an emotional support character from last night. Who will it be? Who will it be among this group? It's gonna be another Rod Serling. The dice have spoken.
Oh God, it's good to be alive. Like that, and I can't promise people feel that. It is common, not guaranteed, but it's my favorite part.
Sometimes when people are feeling adrift and they feel like they need to make a change, they do ayahuasca. But ayahuasca...
Hold on. We're skipping past this well segued rocket. Whatever that is. I forget the name of that fucking...
7 week program. So we do 3 weeks prior of coaching and preparation online, 1 week of real work, retreat work, and 3 weeks of post integration.
So we cater a lot.
So it's
to,
like a multiple month long
performers
thing.
that really want to apply those skills maybe or find greater purpose in what they're doing, or maybe further the purpose that they've already started.
Daniel Japez and Brandon Evans are the owners of 2 different ayahuasca retreats in Costa Rica, Behold and One Heart. Retreats like these not only operate...
Is that his real title? Chief Elevation
Oscar
Officer?
retreats in Costa Rica. Behold, in one
Real
heart.
title.
Retreats like these not only operate in countries where ayahuasca is legal, but they also attract
my
high-end
God.
clientele by offering premium services like hiking, lodging, and fine dining. And all this adds up to a more bougie experience.
Yeah, I was gonna say, sounds pretty fancy.
DMing a woman on Facebook who runs a yoga studio in Bushwick, calls herself a shaman, and
Weird shirt choice for a video call. I feel like I have to look at what you're talking about. What shirt choice are you talking about right now? Are you talking about her with the red shirt here, or talking about this dude with the wife beater, whatever you call these, tank top thing? Hey, you know, people wear what they're gonna wear on video calls.
Nestled into nature, waterfalls, and
what are you gonna do?
horseback
This guy's Chief Elevation Officer. He can wear whatever he wants.
amazing food and service, temazcal, sweat lodge, ice baths, yoga, conscious movement. You know, we stay in glamping, so in tents, but it's really comfortable, but also super integrated with nature. Where you're not just like staying at some hotel on the beach.
The nourishment and the food we provide, you know, farm to table, food that is really nourishing and helping in preparation of the cleansingness that we're looking for in the body.
Now, these retreats told me they do all kinds of things to bring in different types of people, including by offering scholarships and more.
I love how this is basically the iHeartRadio logo. They were just like, how close can we get to being iHeartRadio, but not?
Affordable packages. But let's be honest, when you hear about all this shit, only one group comes to mind. The tech crowd who I was talking about earlier, who love nothing more than biohacking and optimizing.
You know, there's definitely a lot of startup people, a lot of entrepreneurs. It's, you know, so just some of our marketing and how we message things.
It's biohacking at the highest level. It's the ability for you to tap into your algorithm, into your core, and make the changes if you choose to.
What you're viewing when you see somebody rolling around and puking and crying, that's 10 years of therapy. That is an intense, turbocharged experience of healing, of therapy.
And I'll be honest, turbocharged therapy sounds pretty good. And painful. And erotic. Sounds beautiful, actually. But not everyone is as jazzed about these ayahuasca retreats.
To build a center in the middle of the jungle, you need to have electricity, you need to have water, drinking water, you need to have a toilet, and all this, you need to go to the river. The destruction in this moment in the jungle in the last 30 years is incredible. Behind to this is the dark power what exists always, the economy.
Dr. Ruben Orellana is a...
Yep. I am shocked that a bunch of billionaires looking to take advantage of a drug derived from a plant and deciding to set up in the middle of the Amazon rainforest or wherever else is somehow causing environmental problems. Who could have guessed that? By the way, also, it turns out many of these retreats are using labor, all these fancy luxury stuff that you get while glamping on ayahuasca. You also basically get a bunch of slaves along with it because, of course, you know, they got to cut costs somewhere. So, I mean, they're not actual slaves. They're just paid extremely subpar wages, right? At least that's my understanding. Ah, boy. Now, I'm not saying ayahuasca is necessarily bad. For some people, it may be a good choice. Other people, it may not be. And it may have something to do with where you're at in life. And so, you know, I think it's something that you have to take a lot of thought into before even considering, like, really doing something like that. Because it can also be, technically, it can be dangerous for your mental health if you do it the wrong time and stuff like that. Which, so, you know, I just always suggest people use extreme caution around strong hallucinogenic stuff. All right. What else do we got going on here today? Oh shit. That's right. The Golden Globes. Oh my god. So serious, so big.
Now, the first big film awards of the season take place later with the 82nd Golden Globes in Los Angeles. A win at the Globes can boost a film's profile, just as BAFTA and Oscar voters are preparing to make their nominations. LA correspondent Emma Vardy reports.
The Golden Globes kicks off Hollywood's awards season with what's known as the biggest party of the year. And I've been getting a little look at how the celebrities get ready.
Put this one on.
But first, the runners and riders.
Here we go.
You're green. I am. Wicked, The Wizard of Oz reimagined, has been spellbinding audiences as a stage show for 2 decades. Now, as one of the biggest films of the year, it could win Best Musical or Comedy at the Globes, with Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande up for acting awards.
Are you English? No, I'm not English.
But the surprise standout with the most nominations is Emilia Perez, a film about a transgender Mexican drug lord. Kate Winslet is nominated for her roles in the film Lee and TV's The Regime, while Daniel Craig and Ralph Fiennes are both up for Best Actor.
Wow. So exciting. So exciting. However, will we contain our excitement over all this? I mean, it's too much for me personally.
There you go. How you doing? Yep.
I'm overwhelmed, bursting at the seams with excitement right now. Orbs are better than globes. Wow, shots fired. Look at that fancy backdrop. That is an Instagram wet dream right there, is what that is. Good God. The fancy, the pomp, the circumstance. It's all so real. RM Brown style, never heard of him either. So true. Who? RM who? I don't know who you're talking about. We gotta see. Where are all the stars? We must see the stars. What are the stars doing?
Justine, here we go. Turn your body a little bit. Turn your body right here. Justine, look back. Justine, turn to us. We need the photos too.
I don't know who this is. Which means she is not a star. The Galactic Lord doesn't know you. Who are you exactly? Oh, I forgot to give you all your goddamn emotional support characters. Why'd you all have to like the stream so many times so early? It really... It's actually not a problem at all. I just want to complain about something. It's a 1. That's going to be Bacula getting into the action. Who's that? I think that's Captain Planet. And whoever 12 is, I think might be this guy bartending over here to the left of me. All right. I don't. By the way, seriously, great job, all of you, for getting so many likes so quickly. It might be an unprecedented number of likes in such a short time. Okay. All right, we've had enough of this. We get it. The stars, they're out. Global awards.
Good
well,
evening.
they're globular. Globular?
Thank you.
I have no idea who this is. Oh shit, it's Nikki Glazer hosting? Fuck yes. Not gonna lie, I think Nikki Glazer is hilarious. I haven't seen any of like her most recent comedy, but like her old school stand up was just hilarious. Unfortunately, we can't hear anything Nikki is saying right now, which makes this entire video fucking useless to me. God damn it.
I think everyone's really cheering in Latvia. We're like,
Yay, Latvia! Colin Farrell? What's Colin Farrell doing?
I feel like we should at least light a campfire and pull up a couple of chairs if we're going to have. I'm going to give an honest answer to that question. I don't remember I would literally need
so
to
charming
see
with
the
your
quote
Irish
and
brogue.
access it, rather than not to distrust you, but rather than just hear what you say. I said and say what I was thinking on my journey.
I see what you're saying, Colin. I see what you're saying. That makes a lot of sense. You're a smart guy. God damn it, where are the stars? I came for stars. Ahem. What's that?
Phrasing?
Settle down, Archer. Whatever, it's enough of the stars. I've had enough. I've had enough. It's too much. It's too much.
That's too much, man!
You shouldn't have to scroll that much in the goddamn video. It's the Golden Globes of all things. These people should know how to work a goddamn camera and an editing rig. Though it is the AP. So, you know what? It's really the AP's fault. I shouldn't blame the Golden Globes. It's the AP's fault. Clearly. Alright. He's one of your people. Be careful. Yeah. I know. We all know you're from Ireland, bad lefty. Alright, now let's turn to a sad moment. Although, I mean, people don't live to 200, so this was going to happen at some point. In fact, you know, this guy kind of beat out the statistics, if you will, considering. But if you haven't heard, Jimmy Carter died last week, and the funeral, which is going to be an entire week of funeraling, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So it's 6 days of funeral services and sort of remembrance stuff going on for Jimmy. So I figured we would do some Jimmy Carter talk here, as well as look at some of the funeral happenings. And Joe Biden is still alive. It's true. Joe Biden is still alive.
I'm staying in the race.
What's the purpose of this part of it? Why are we crab walking? I'm sorry. I know this isn't a funny, funny story, but why the fuck are these guys crab walking all of a sudden? The casket's in there, and then they're just like, all right, time to crab walk, all on cue. Everybody starts crab walking together. Okay. No questions. I have no questions here. I assumed that since Jimmy Carter wasn't a big fan of limos, they would have put him in the back of like a Studebaker or something. But hey, you know, they gotta keep the fans going. Funerals are dumb. They are sad. They are sad. All right. Figured this was better time than we'll ever have to talk about the legacy of Jimmy Carter.
I, Franklin Delano
Richard Milhouse Nixon.
do solemnly swear
That I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
American Experience presents the definitive collection of presidential biographies.
I'm sorry, what?
Tonight,
My name is Jimmy Carter, and I'm running for president.
he promised the country new leadership,
Jimmy Carter represented honesty and decency.
but his presidency would be held hostage.
It came to symbolize whether he was strong.
The definitive collection of presidential biographies continues with Jimmy Carter.
His devotion to peace and human rights keep on resonating.
Tonight on American Experience.
Okay, we don't need the lead up.
I promised you 4 years ago,
What year was he sworn in? I think it was
But I would never lie to
77.
so I can't stand here tonight and say it doesn't hurt. About an hour ago, I called Governor Reagan in California, and I congratulated him for a fine victory. I look forward to working closely with
All his life, he believed that if you worked hard enough at it, understood the issues, mastered information, then you would come out first. I said to him, it must have been hard to turn over the keys to Ronald Reagan, and he said, you don't know how hard it was.
On January 20th, 1981, after one of the most humiliating defeats in American political history, President Jimmy Carter returned home to Plains, Georgia, to what he called an altogether new,
I'm sorry.
unwanted.
What? You have a problem with it being 77? Why can't it be 77? It absolutely was 77. What do you mean it can't be 77? You're telling me it can't be an odd... It has to be an odd number. It literally has to be an odd number. The swearing in happens the year after the election, okay? Always remember that. The election happens on the even years, and the actual swearing in, the beginning of the presidency, doesn't slip in there until January.
And potentially empty life.
He really was better than I was when we came home because I was so depressed about it that he was always trying to prop me up.
4 years before, he had stunned the nation.
Going from total anonymity to being president of the United States in less than 12 months is unprecedented in American history. If it weren't for the country looking for something in '76, Carter could never have gotten elected.
He offered a biography of what we wanted to hear. A farmer, Main Street values, plains, and he carried that message through. It was the right message at the right time.
Our commitment to human rights must be absolute.
He had promised a new beginning, to heal the wounds of Watergate and Vietnam. A government as good and decent
Okay, we're going to move past the preface here a little bit. We're going to jump around. This is a 2-hour-long documentary. It was honestly pretty well done. I would have had some other things to, but, you know, PBS. They're doing it on the public dollar. Let's start it back up around here, I would say. It's probably a good spot.
Lost in the sense that he didn't know where his place was in the world. And a lot of that comes from his father, who not only was a well-respected, powerful figure in the community, but I think had a real sense of who he was. And that certitude and self-confidence was something that his son, I think, absorbed unconsciously.
By the standards of Southwest Georgia, Earl Carter presided over a small empire. A staunch segregationist, he owned some 350 acres of land where he planted corn, cotton, and peanuts, employing more than 200 workers at harvest time. 5 sharecropper families who depended on him for their survival lived year-round at his farm in Archery. Carter's mother, Lillian, was an avid reader, loved traveling, and was known to enjoy a sip of bourbon. She put in long hours as a nurse at a nearby hospital and devoted much of her free time to helping sick neighbors.
She got paid in chickens and vegetables and that kind of things because she really helped and felt a call to help those that had less than her. And I think she instilled that in all of her children.
She was the only person in Plains who would take up for Abraham Lincoln if he was ever brought up. Today is unbelievable to think about that, but back then it was just a way of life, and we never thought it was really wrong.
Lillian set for Jimmy the example of service to others. Earl put the steel in his character.
He was very demanding. He expected his children to be the very best. And in some ways, they all had that built into them.
I never remember him saying, "Good job," when I did my best to fulfill his orders, Jimmy later said. The punishments he administered remain vivid in my memory. A short distance from the Carter farm was Plains, Georgia. Population 600.
Okay. We're just going to hit a few snippets in this thing because, like I said, it's literally a 2-hour-long documentary. It's on PBS, though, so it's completely free. You can find it pretty easily. Okay. Where do I want to go to on this? I would say about here.
I was swept off my feet.
One month after his graduation from Annapolis, Jimmy and Rosalind were married. She was 18, he was 21. 2 years after joining the Navy, Ensign Carter was accepted into the submarine service. It was a way to advance rapidly in a highly competitive environment.
The military was everything for Jimmy Carter. It's his training. He's never a minute late for anything. Punctuality means everything. His sense of order, there's no sense of a mess around Jimmy Carter. It's a certain kind of person that works in a submarine. It takes a kind of mental discipline.
After 6 years in the service, Lieutenant Carter earned one of the most coveted posts in the Navy. Senior officer of the USS Seawolf, on the vanguard of America's nuclear defense program.
He always had one of the best positions in the Navy, and I think gave him a lot of confidence that he could do whatever he wanted to do.
In 1953, less than a year after he began duty on the Seawolf, Carter received a message from home. His father had cancer and was not expected to live long.
Jimmy Carter was not an Allman Brother? Are you sure? I have heard conflicting stories.
Ten years had passed since Carter left planes for a career in the Navy. Visits home had been rare. Father and son had grown distant. As he sat by Earl's bedside, Jimmy discovered a side of his father he'd never seen before. Our long conversations were interrupted by a stream of visitors, black and white, Carter later wrote. A surprising number wanted to recount how my father's personal influence and many secret acts of generosity had affected their lives.
He saw that he had really built a community around himself. A lot of people liked him and came to see him when he was sick, and when he died, came to his funeral. And what Jimmy realized, he didn't have a community for himself.
He's actually said to me, you know, he said, I wondered at that time if I died, how many people would come to my funeral, or how many people would care if I died. And I think it made him, at a fairly fundamental level, examine what life is all about.
Sometimes it does take a traumatic event to make us reassess things in our lives.
For our speeches, he talks about going to rallies with his father and remembering them very well. And I think he came to see politics as something not alien, not something he had to make a decision to do, but was almost natural.
I received a startling education, he said, one that set the tone for my future career. On January 14th, 1963, the morning after the traditional whiskey and barbecued wild hog dinner, Jimmy Carter was sworn in as a member of the Georgia Senate. He was one of 89 new legislators joining the Georgia Assembly, many of them determined to change the old ways of Georgia politics.
I had the good fortune of being the first black to be elected to the General Assembly of Georgia in 100 years. Carter was one of those persons who came to the Senate at that time. And he was not a leader of the Senate. He was quiet. He was effective. He was deliberate. And he made no waves.
In 1966, after 2 terms in the Georgia Senate, Jimmy Carter jumped into the race for governor of Georgia. He ran well behind arch-segregationist Lester Maddox, famous for wielding an axe handle to keep blacks away from his chicken restaurant.
Illegal.
Carter promised better schools, better hospitals, better roads, and a more competent government. It is hard to hear Senator Carter talk about state government and not be impressed by his integrity, one reporter wrote.
You're not going to turn the apple cart upside down, but you're going to bring changes. You're going to bring improvements in the South. And you're going to do it by applying good, sound business techniques to everything from the way you run your public institutions to the way you run your government.
Carter took his message to every corner of Georgia. We never stopped, Rosalyn recalled, no matter what. By election day, he was closing in on the lead.
We went to bed thinking we were going to win, had gotten up and gone to school the next day being congratulated about my father winning the primary. And then Billy came to about 2 o'clock in the afternoon and told us that Lester Maddox had beat us by less than 0.5 percentage point. So it was very disheartening.
We all felt sick, Rosalyn recalled. We were $66,000 in debt.
Damn.
And Jimmy had
Back
lost
then,
22
that's a lot of money.
pounds. After all the miles traveled,
A lot of money. I don't know about. I'm trying to do the inflation in my head. But Jesus Christ! I mean, this was like, I think this was like 10 plus years before his presidential campaign, maybe even longer. So we're talking like maybe what? This must have been like late 50s, I guess. Like or early 60s. So God, yeah.
Jimmy Carter was right back where he started when he first ran for the Senate in 1962.
I should look that up. When was that? Governor campaign.
Weeks later, with the loss still fresh in his mind, Jimmy went for a walk with his sister Ruth, an evangelical Christian and spiritual healer.
66.
All of his life, he had been a church-going Christian, but now felt that his faith had been superficial. We are both Baptists, he said, but what is it that you have that I haven't got? Total commitment, she replied. I belong to Jesus, everything I am. Ruth, he answered, that's what I want.
At that point, he decided that he'd always put Christ in his life first and politics second, but that's been a struggle for him because politics is the ego and Christ is the humbleness.
The born-again Christian traveled north to blighted neighborhoods in Pennsylvania and Massachusetts as a personal witness for Jesus Christ.
He would go door to door, getting people to witness Christ, take Jesus into their lives. I mean, can you imagine? 10 years later, this man's president of the United States, and he's banging on doors, asking people, do you want a Bible? Will you take God in your life?
In 1970, with renewed fervor, Carter ran for governor of Georgia a second time.
Been campaigning almost 18 hours a day without stopping for 8 months. I've seen almost every factory shift in Georgia. I've been in almost every store.
It was just kind of an obsession. He had lost, so we had to win, and we worked as hard as we could.
It would not be the amateur run of 1966, but a well-coordinated effort. Carter brought in 2 Southwest Georgia boys, Jody Powell as his personal assistant, and Hamilton Jordan to manage the campaign. Advertising man Gerald Rafshoon would handle the media. Bert Lance, a banker from Calhoun, played the role of advisor.
So it was a tough campaign, and there were many who thought that Carter could not possibly win.
Carter's rival for the Democratic nomination, Carl Sanders, enjoyed a commanding 20%.
Okay, hold on. We gotta keep this moving. I wish we could watch the whole thing together. We just don't have time for that. That's too much.
That's too much, man!
Here, he was opposed to busing. He was in favor of private schools. He said that he would invite segregationist Governor George Wallace to come to Georgia to give a speech.
The only solace that we got and received was the fact that in private meetings, he convinced us that if he was given an opportunity, he would make things better. He always come up with this question of trust. Trust me. I believe in doing the right thing.
If you are really trying to accomplish good moral ends, you may have to be a low-life politician to get there. And he didn't probably like doing it that much, but he was willing to do it.
At the end of a long campaign, I believe I know our
On January 12, 1971, Jimmy Carter, age 46, was sworn in as governor of Georgia. In his inaugural address, he revealed his true feelings on race.
Quite frankly, that the time for racial discrimination is over.
He did not get a lot of applause, so I gave him some. Here, I'll let you decide.
Discrimination is over.
3 people.
No poor, rural, weak, or black person should ever have to bear the additional burden of being deprived of the opportunity of an education, a job, or simple justice.
We were extremely pleased. Many of the white segregationists were displeased. And I'm convinced that those people that supported him would not have supported him if they had thought that he would have made that statement.
I do remember reading his inaugural address and thinking, this is wonderful. You've got a governor in a deep South state who's stating emphatically not just that it's time to accept change, but that it's time to really move far beyond that and end all forms of discrimination.
Yeah, that was a big Jimmy Carter moment there. Now, there's a lot more in Jimmy Carter's life, 100 years of life. I mean, my God, this guy. It's a long, long time. All right, what else do we need in here?
This election means a lot to our country.
Carter began the fall campaign against incumbent President Gerald Ford with a 15-point lead.
We've been disappointed, disillusioned, we've been kicked out of government, we've been embarrassed, sometimes we've been ashamed.
He returned to the themes of honesty and trust that had defined his primary campaign.
Jimmy Carter will say anything, anywhere to be president of the United States.
But as Election Day approached, he was pressured to take a stand on the issues.
He wanders, he wavers, he waffles, and he wiggles. He isn't the man.
He was a moderate to the moderates. He was a conservative to the conservatives. He was a liberal to the liberals. And in fact, he was all of those things.
We're going to have a fair government once again. We're going to have a government that's open and not secret once again.
His standard line when asked about his foreign policy was that he wanted to provide a foreign policy as good as the American people. Well, gee, that's great, but what in the world does it mean?
You can depend on it. You help me.
I guess that's up to interpretation.
The gist of what he presented was that he would be a centrist Democrat who had liberal values in his heart, as well as the desire for frugality and thrift and efficiency in government. And so he could appeal to people from all parts of the Democratic Party. But as Julian Bond said at one point, the problem with this is that his support was an inch deep and a mile wide.
Alarmed that support among liberal Democrats was eroding, Carter's young staff made a bold move.
We did the Playboy interview to show that being a born-again Christian was not a threat to more secular Democrats and young people.
For 5 hours, Carter tried to explain his views on culture, politics, and faith. Toward the end of the interview, exasperated at not being understood, he said, "I've looked on a lot of women with lust. I've committed adultery in my heart many times."
If you read the interview,
Carter inherited an economy on the... Yeah, I would say that's true. Yeah, I mean, Nixon's policies were certainly not good for America. And, you know, Gerald Ford, not a... Sorry, I just lost my train of thought just now. Probably because there's so many intelligent chats coming through here. I'm reading them all while trying to talk, and that's not always conducive to me keeping my thoughts together. But yeah, you're right. You're right. He did. The economy was already not great. Interest rates were already pretty high. A number of other things were going on that, did not leave a lot of options out there, especially with the way the paradigm of how governments were run.
Your heart line was to try to explain that he too was a sinner. That
it's reported Jimmy was hung like a horse.
All the time. He carving his language that was germane to his world, to his.
I've never heard that one.
Like we all do, to our own cultural context.
Here's a guy who is so moral, but on the one hand, he talks about he's lusted after women in his heart. And he talks about shacking up, and he uses language that's going to really enrage and turn off a lot of people.
Do not underestimate what a crisis that interview in The Lust in My Heart caused Carter. It almost derailed the entire Carter campaign. They were in havoc over it.
In retrospect, it was kind of amusing. It wasn't very funny at the time. Trying to explain to people that Jimmy Carter was not some child molester, or pervert.
The Playboy thing has been of very great concern to me. I don't know how to deal with it exactly.
By the time Jimmy Carter and Gerald Ford met in the first of two presidential debates, Carter's lead had evaporated. The momentum belonged to Ford. 2 weeks later, he blundered.
There is no Soviet domination of Eastern Europe, and there never will be under a Ford administration. I'm sorry, could I just follow? Did I understand you to say, sir, that the Russians are not using Eastern Europe as their own sphere of influence?
We knew that this was going to hurt, and a lot of people couldn't see how a president would say that. It gave us about a week, as I recall, to pound away on this, and you could just feel people moving on that question. So what it did, I think, was rather than electing us, it stopped our slide.
By election day, the polls showed a dead heat. It was not until 3 a.m. that the networks announced the winner by one of the closest margins in American history.
I look back now and I'm amazed. Going from total anonymity to being president of the United States in less than 12 months is unprecedented in American history. For the country looking for something in 76, Carter could never have gotten elected. He would never have been allowed out of the box.
He offered a biography of what we wanted to hear. Farmer, Main Street values, planes. It was the right message at the right time, and it didn't happen by accident. Carter created that message, knowing that that's what would win the day.
I came all the way through 22 months, and I didn't get choked up until I...
Okay, we got a lot more to talk about with Jimmy, so we're not done, but that was the best place I could think of to pause it. Oh shit, but then they're gonna go straight into this. God damn it. I can't even pause. We gotta go right back. That's my bad. This next part is important.
This was not planned. It was not scheduled. And whether this is Carter's surprise for his inaugural, by golly, Bob, how about that? And whether, I don't know.
The morning of January 20th, 1977, Jimmy Carter surprised the nation.
I remember I was out there walking, and you could hear Walter Cronkite over the loudspeaker saying, "The president is walking down the street." It was a major moment of the Carter presidency symbolically. It was great theater.
Here was this tremendous breath of fresh air. He was going to bring something new to Washington, bring new people and new ideas.
Our commitment to human rights must be absolute. Our laws, fair.
It was so different from what had come before. People were looking for something that was simple, something that was pure, and it just struck a chord in the American people.
More is not necessarily better.
Jimmy Carter was exactly what the American people always say they want. Above politics, determined to do the right thing regardless of political consequences, a simple person who doesn't lie, a modest man, not somebody with a lot of imperial pretenses.
Yeah, and from my understanding, I mean, I wasn't on Earth at this time. My understanding is that a lot of people really related to him deciding to do that. All right, let's see.
Respect. So they all eventually got bitter and turned on him.
Even if he had had a personality transplant and he had spent 3 hours a night playing poker with Tip O'Neill, I don't think that would have made the difference. I mean, he was faced with an extraordinarily difficult set of circumstances, which in part sprang not only from the political situation, but from the lack of a connection between his own views and those of his party.
There will be no new programs implemented unless they are compatible with my goal of having a balanced budget by the end of my first term, he pledged. But liberal Democrats, eager to resume the social agenda of Lyndon Johnson's Great Society, would not back away.
There had been an 8-year period when there had been no Democratic president. There were a lot of pent-up and legitimate desires by constituency groups for more investment in a whole range of programs. Although he sympathized with much of it, all of his instincts were to cut budgets, reduce the deficit dramatically, but he was always under pressure from the left to have more spending.
At a breakfast meeting, Carter berated the congressional Democratic leadership for adding $61 billion in new programs to his budget. The Democratic Party needs to remove the stigma of unjustified spending, he said. Mr. President.
This is one of the places where I would say I wasn't alive, but upon hearing on this topic, I felt this was maybe one of Jimmy's less desirable traits, his fanaticism about having a balanced budget. Although it was a different time, the United States had just gotten off of the gold standard during Nixon's presidency. Before him, the way that these sorts of things, like, you know, you couldn't just, at least nobody had done things like quantitative easing up to this point or anything else like that. Not even the Japanese, who were the first to do it. I think the first time they did it was like in the 90s. Or I guess was it after that? Either way, and stuff like that, sort of financial manipulations to spur growth, didn't really exist at this time so much.
Carter was aware of the brutality of Iran's secret police and of 2,500 political prisoners held in Iran's jails. But the Shah, installed to the throne in a US-backed coup in 1953, had long been a trusted ally. New Year's Eve, 1977, in Tehran, Carter reaffirmed America's support.
By the way, I hope nobody's misunderstanding me. I know some people haven't been watching the stream as long as everybody else. But I'm not saying I'm a huge fan of quantitative easing or anything like that. I'm just saying, it's something that governments have been doing in the 21st century, and would have probably been helpful for Jimmy had it been available. That's all I'm saying in terms of the economic growth and stuff like that. Once again, it was a completely different time.
1 week after Carter's visit, anti-Shah demonstrations broke out. When Iranian secret police fired on the demonstrators and killed several students, religious leaders called the Shah's government anti-Islamic.
Iran is a very complicated situation, and the Shah was very useful to us. At the same time, something else was going on, something very powerful was going on in Iran, and as I recall, we kind of missed it.
We knew there was some resentment, and we knew somewhat of the history of the country, but we were not conscious, nor were we informed of the intensity of the feelings.
Why do I support and love quantities? I have no idea. It makes no sense. Money printer on, please.
Since the days of planes and peanuts, the marriage of Rosalind and Jimmy Carter had blossomed into a full partnership.
Sometime before Carter became president, he realized what a valuable advisor to him Rosalind was. She was a major player in the campaigns, and she did have good rapport with the people. She, of course, was ambitious in her own right. She wanted to be more than a fashion plate and somebody who gave tease.
The first year Jimmy was in office, I became so frustrated. Every night Jimmy would get off the elevator at the White House and I would say, "Why did you do this?" or "Why did you do something?" And one day he finally said, "Why don't you come to cabinet meetings and then you'll know why we do these things." So I started going. It was always on my...
You know, Jimmy was a pretty good guy. Considering the era, this guy was... he was just on point so much. And honestly, that's probably more efficient too, you know, rather than explaining. It's like, fuck, why not just come to the meetings? I mean, I am the president, I'm kind of busy. Maybe it would be easier if you were just there. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me.
In 1978, the first signs of a gathering economic storm were becoming visible. The stock market was at its lowest point in 3 years, the trade deficit growing, unemployment on the rise.
The most serious problem that our nation has is inflation, and it's getting worse. It's absolutely imperative that Americans commit themselves, all of us, to a common sacrifice to control this rapid increase in prices.
Carter inherited a no-win economic situation. I see him as the last presidential victim of the war in Vietnam. Every war this country has fought, once it is over, the economy has to readjust to a peacetime economy.
I call on the private sector to
And what always happens is runaway inflation.
Carter implored labor and business leaders to keep wages and prices down.
We solved that one in the modern era, though. We just made our defense budget $1 trillion. You know, that way, money printer really is always on.
And pressured Congress to cut back spending.
I believe the American people will understand.
But inflation kept rising.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. At this point, interest rates were pretty high, if I recall correctly. All right, now... Oh, shit. Yeah. All right, let's go here. No, do not do that. That is very rude. That is incredibly rude. Oh my god. You're being a dick.
If he failed, that would certainly write him off.
Since the creation of the State of Israel, every attempt to bring peace to the Middle East had failed. Refugees, land disputes, terrorism plagued the region. 4 wars, the last in 1973, had left a bitter legacy of hate and mistrust. Everyone urged Carter to stay away from what seemed an intractable situation. but he would not be deterred. I slowly became hardened and as stubborn as at any other time I can remember, he wrote.
The Middle East for years had been and was then the place where you thought, if we're going to end up blowing up the world, that's where it will start. If there's going to be a nuclear confrontation between the superpowers, it's going to come out of the Middle East. So finding a way to tamp that down was to him extremely important.
Egyptian President Anwar Sadat took the first step toward peace in November 1977, when he became the first Arab leader to set foot on Israeli soil. Carter seized the opportunity. The following September, he welcomed President Sadat and Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin to Camp David to negotiate a treaty that would lay the foundations for peace in the Middle East.
He brought all of his skills and all the best sides of himself to the whole operation. And all of the potential in Jimmy Carter was out there at Camp David. It was really an extraordinary time.
He had studied things so carefully. He knew the population of every village in the West Bank, in Israel. I think hard to think of a president in our history who had that much capacity to absorb and retain detail.
He made a mistake at the very beginning. He thought and told his aides, we're just going to bring together Begin and Sadat, and they'll talk and they'll get to know each other and they'll understand each other. Well, he got them there, and it turned out after the first 3 meetings, they were practically never talking to each other, and things were going downhill very fast.
Yes. Yes, those peace talks were a real struggle for old Jimmy.
Territories occupied since the 1967 war. Egypt would recognize the right of Israel to live in peace. On September 14th, day 10, Carter turned to the issue he knew could derail any progress made so far: the dismantling of Israeli settlements.
Now, some would say, the lack of Palestinian representation at these peace talks may have caused some problems in the future. And just having Egypt and Israel there, may not have been extensive enough of a group.
In the Sinai.
Carter was unable to get Begin to make any concessions that would really have locked up an agreement, to the point where Sadat just got fed up and said, well, I'm going home. I'm just not going to be here any longer. And literally sort of had his coat on and was out the door.
Carter begged Sadat to stay, appealing to their friendship and mutual trust, and reminding him of Egypt's good relations with the United States. Sadat decided to remain at Camp David. Saturday, September 16th, Brzezinski wrote in his diary, "The president is driving himself mercilessly. He has single-handedly written the proposed document for the settlements on the Sinai." Carter presented the formula to Begin. At first, he called the demands on Israel excessive, political suicide. But in the end, he relented, agreeing to submit the question of the Jewish settlements to the Israeli parliament.
Jimmy Carter saw a picture of the 3 major participants on his desk, and he told his secretary to find out the names of Begin's grandchildren. And so then he wrote little notes, putting in the names of all the grandchildren. He went over to Begin and said, this is not just for us, this is for our grandchildren, and let me give this to you. And Begin was profoundly moved by this.
The Camp David Accords were hailed as a monumental triumph of diplomacy. With his brilliant success and inspired leadership, Carter has taken a first big step toward realizing the promise of his presidency.
Now, unfortunately, the promise of his presidency didn't last super long, with inflation as high as it was back at home. People were not happy. Things were bad.
Scalding critiques of his presidency.
They told me that I seemed bogged down in details, Carter wrote. That the public acknowledged my intelligence and integrity, but doubted my capacity to follow through with a strong enough thrust to succeed. Within Carter's own staff, a fierce debate raged over what had gone wrong and what President Carter should say to the American people. Carter's pollster argued the president should address a subject deeper than energy or the economy. That there was a crisis of the American spirit.
For the first time, we actually got numbers where people no longer believed that the future of America was going to be as good as it was now. Never in the history of American polling had that ever existed. That Americans ever, even if they believed it, ever evidenced, would say, oh, my children.
And now, I mean, that's commonplace. I think that most people accept that. And it's actually essentially a scientific fact that that's the way America is right now, that the future is bleaker than it was before for most people. And with all of this in mind, Jimmy came out to talk to the American people. This was a famous speech of his, given from the Oval Office.
I just want to hear what you all said. I've decided I'm going to do everything that Pat said.
Good evening. This is a special night for me.
On July 15th, after a 10-day retreat, Jimmy Carter descended from the mountains of Maryland to deliver the most controversial speech of his administration.
I want to speak to you first tonight about a subject even more serious than energy or inflation. I want to talk to you right now about a fundamental threat to American democracy. The threat is nearly invisible in ordinary ways. It is a crisis of confidence. It is a crisis that strikes at the very heart and soul and spirit of our national will.
The speech was more like a sermon than a political speech, and it had the themes of confession, redemption, and sacrifice. And he was bringing the American people into this spiritual process that he had been through, and presenting them with an opportunity for redemption as well as redeeming himself.
Yeah, unfortunately, this speech did not land well with the American people for him. They did not appreciate being told that they were expecting too much, which essentially is how it was received, if I'm not mistaken. Now, the fact is part of the reason things were as bad as they were was because of Nixon's policies. Oh, God. And the fact that, you know, the tax rate was no longer what it was back in, like, say, like the Kennedy administration. And, you know, we already talked about how it wasn't wartime anymore, so there was no, what do you call it? External boost to the economy, I guess you might say.
Trying to think of steps I could take to gain the hostages' freedom without sacrificing the honor and security of our nation, the president wrote. Carter rejected all military options as too risky. The problem, he said, is that we could feel good for a few hours until we found that they had killed.
Okay. We don't actually need to talk about the Iran hostage crisis. I'm guessing most people are familiar with that part of history. It's just so much. It's so well known. I'm just gonna assume that you all do. If not, I am sorry. I'm pretty sure Argo, although it's certainly not a historical film. I would recommend somewhere else, actually. I just remembered that Argo was free on YouTube recently. Don't watch that. That's not helpful. Let me think. What's the best resource on this? Democracy Now!, I want to say.
100 million viewers, the largest audience ever to watch a presidential debate, tuned in. The candidates were running neck and neck.
Then the insurance would help pay for it. These are the kind of elements of a national health insurance important to the American people.
Oh, God.
Governor Reagan again.
If only we got national health
is
insurance.
against such a proposal.
Governor,
No.
there you go again.
Oh, we could have
Opposed Medicare.
He had won it in the first half hour by not being crazy.
Argo's an overrated film. It's so
What had
true.
happened was you could see the shift in the beginning of the debate over 90.
It's very true. Very overrated. But yeah, if you don't know what's coming, Ronald Reagan wins the presidency. And, you know, and that's history for you folks. Now the fact is a lot of what Jimmy Carter did domestically was good, but people didn't see the effect of it until after his presidency, right? A lot of it was sort of long-term structural stuff that he tried doing. And the fact is, his goals were noble, in my opinion. Whether or not they were met is, I think, something to debate for sure. But, you know, fact is, the guy didn't want to play politics, you know? He wasn't interested in winning votes, like, from, like, Congress people or senators. And, you know, that definitely hurt him on getting some aspects of his agenda done. You know, but anyway, yeah, after Carter came Reagan. Yep. Yeah, he was bookended by two just terrible presidents. I mean, you know. Because really, it's basically the Nixon administration and Reagan, right? Because Ford was just, you know, the vice president that took over, you know. Really count him as being just an extension of Nixon. It's the only reason he won that election. Dude is completely unlikable. Now let's go here. Today, earlier today, Jimmy Carter was lying in repose.
Final farewells continue for former President Jimmy Carter. You're taking a live look at the Carter Presidential Center down in Atlanta, where the 39th president lies in repose. Mourners can pay their respects through Tuesday before he returns to Washington, D.C.
So yeah, if you don't know what repose means, is like, since he's an important man, and was a former leader of the military, as the commander-in-chief, yet I think one from each branch standing there by the casket, and anybody who, you know, to pay respects can come and salute the casket along with these guards. These 5 people stood here all day. If anything, they just deserve a round of applause for having managed to stand that long, because it was wild. I looked at the live stream, I was like, what in the fuck? What the fuck am I? Oh, it's okay. Because literally, the live stream was as good as what we're looking at right now. There was zero movement on the like frame by frame. Nobody was moving. It was like one of those what do you call it? Freeze frame challenges. You know what I'm talking about? Like, that's what it felt like. You know, this day and age, you don't see people stand around that motionless.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org.
I think this is our last Carter video.
Soul
Shine by the Allman Brothers Band. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Nermeen Sheikh in New York, joined by Amy Goodman in Cairo.
Why 5 and not 6? From all the different branches, right? Coast Guard, Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force. Oh, I just realized what you're talking about. Where the fuck was Space Force? Oh my god.
How rude.
What, does Space Force not respect Jimmy Carter?
Former President Jimmy Carter died Sunday at his home in Plains, Georgia. He was 100 years old. The 39th president served a single tumultuous term in the White House from 1977 to 1981. He's remembered as a man of deeply held faith who helped negotiate a landmark peace deal between Israel and Egypt that holds to this day. Carter was also a committed Cold Warrior who began funneling arms to the Afghan Mujahideen to fight the Soviet Union in 1979. He continued to support right-wing authoritarian governments in Latin America and beyond. His austerity politics also hastened the Democratic Party's neoliberal turn, further cemented by his defeat to Ronald Reagan in 1980. In retirement, he devoted himself to causes including election integrity and building homes for low-income people. In 2006, he stirred controversy with his book Palestine, Peace, Not Apartheid, in which he compared Israel's treatment of Palestinians to South Africa's former racist government. As we begin our look back at Carter's life and legacy this week, Amy, you did a series of interviews with President Carter.
Yes, I did. And this is a clip we're going to play from an interview I did with him in 2007 on his book, Palestine, Peace, Not Apartheid.
President Carter, I wanted to switch gears to talk about the raging controversy over your book, Palestine, Peace, Not Apartheid.
I didn't know it was still raging, but that's interesting.
Well, it raged for a while, and now the book is coming out in paperback with a new afterword, and you dealt with that. You talked about it being perhaps the most controversial thing that you've done, maybe to your surprise. So start with the title. Talk about the message you're trying to put out with this book.
Well, the message is very clear. It deals with Palestine. You're not inside Israel itself, just the Palestinian occupied territories. And the second word is peace. I describe in this book the efforts for peace so far and my formula, which I think is very reasonable, for bringing peace to Israel and to Israel's neighbors. And I repeat that over and over with a strong condemnation of any kind of terrorism that afflicts innocent people by the actions of either the Palestinians or the Israelis. And the word apartheid is...
Damn, that was based. He just said that Israel can commit terrorism too. Oh, God. Wow, 2 emotional support characters? That's a lot. Edge. That's weird. You already have that one too. There we go. Oh shit! Thank you for the super chat, Nadia. Much appreciated. George Bush bribed the Ayatollah. All right, hold on one second. I'll be right back. Gotta do something. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. All right. Just had a space malfunction. Technology-wise, needed to deal with something. But we're back. We're back. How are we doing on time? Not good. I'm going slowly. It's my fault. I wanted to pay respect to the former president. Figured, I figured we would just do this for fun. Sunday fun day, after all, right? I mean, come on. I did promise to at least do 30% fun today, and I think we're nearly there. It's been rough. Damn, that pair is jammin', Sausagey. Thank you for the super stick. Appreciate all of you with the donations. Really helps keep this whole thing going. I'm pretty sure this, like, the fact is I wasn't alive at this time, or well, I'm sorry, I wasn't on Earth this time. But I'm pretty sure this is a joke on Jimmy Carter's attention to detail, which they mentioned in the. There we go. Just you know, figured we'd have a couple of giggles here while we're trying to do the news on this Sunday Funday. Talking about old Jimmy Carter and his legacy. And I think that's included. You know, he had a diverse legacy. All right. Now, there is another aspect to the death of Jimmy Carter that I think we can all relish in. And I know you're thinking to yourself right now, StreamLord, what the fuck are you talking about? You want us to relish in the death of Jimmy Carter? That sounds horrifying. Well, not specifically in the death, just the direct cause and effect of a particular thing that happens when a president dies. And that is, if you're unaware, when a president dies, well, the nation as a whole are supposed to lower all American flags to half-mast. And of course he died 7 days ago, right? So just do the math with me here. 7 days ago, it would have been, I think it was the 30th, right, that he died? How long? So, do you see where I'm going here with this? Do you see? Is anybody reading what's happening here? Flags are down, half-mast, and something's happening in a couple weeks, exactly 14 days from now. Since it is now January 6th, it is literally 14 days from now. Nobody in chat seems to be on the same page as me yet, but there's a particular person in the United States who is very, very upset.
As Trump continues to wallow in his own victimhood, even as he's managed to avoid being held accountable in 4 criminal trials and win the presidency, he's now found a new conspiracy theory with which he can do his whole woe is me routine. In the aftermath of President Jimmy Carter passing away, it was announced that flags across the country would be flown at half-staff and would remain there for 30 days, as is tradition when a former or current president dies, which, to the surprise of exactly no one, elicited a temper tantrum from Trump. He posted on the Truth Social, "The Democrats are all giddy about our magnificent..."
The Democrats are all, quote, giddy about our magnificent American flag potentially being at half-mast during my inauguration. They think it's so great and are so happy about it because, in actuality, they don't love our country.
American flag potentially being at half-mast during my inauguration. Last 4 years.
They only think about themselves. Look at what they've done to our once great, capital great, America over the past 4 years. It's a total mess. In any event, because of the death of President Jimmy Carter, the Capitol flag, for no good reason, may, for... Hold on. the first time ever during a Capitol inauguration of a future president be at half-mast. Nobody wants to see this, and no American can be happy about it. If you are, you're going to jail.
Illegal.
Let's see how it plays out. All caps, make America great again. And that's why I said half-mast. Sorry. Because Donald Trump said half-mast. So apparently he thinks that it's all going to be on the ocean. But there we go. Donald Trump is very, very, very sad and upset. His inauguration is going to be tainted by all these half-flaccid flags. Horrifying.
Illegal.
Actual conspiracy. Carter died months ago, but they did this to her.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Oh, that's good. That's a good one. I liked that a lot. I don't think Democrats are considering the way the election just went down. I gotta say, I don't have enough confidence in them to believe that they could pull off such a feat. Okay? And hey, we agree to disagree. I don't think they don't have the skills to pay the bills.
Mangione, the guy who ostensibly killed the CEO of United Health, was extradited to New York. And we're going to show you a picture of this. I mean, this is obviously a made-for-television event and media. We have a clip. We have. I don't know if we have video. Do we have video or just this picture? We don't need the video. This gets it. Look at this video. This picture.
It's crazy.
This is. It is unclear to me what it is that New York City or Eric Adams is trying to project. Now, you can see Eric Adams is over Mangione.
This is my theory. I feel like this photo op for old Eric here. I mean, there's multiple reasons for it, but I think in Eric's mind in particular, for him to be in this particular position, he didn't need to be here for this, right? I think it was to be like, hey, I know that I'm indicted. I know that I'm, not convicted, but like accused of crimes, and a bunch of people around me are accused of a bunch of stuff. But have you seen this guy? Come on.
Come on! Yes, it's his
right shoulder.
Right shoulder. And we should say, I don't think that they're in equally hot water, but in terms of the crime, obviously the law. But the fact is that Eric Adams is also indicted. He is being investigated himself.
Right.
And
maybe that's why they needed all the security.
Yeah, like who is it for? Are they perp walking Eric Adams or this other guy? Like, I get it. I just don't understand what's going on. If they expect an attack to somehow spring this guy, and that's why they have, SWAT teams with, semi-automatic weapons guarding him, and they've all got Kevlar vests on. Why don't they have a Kevlar vest on him?
Well, you know why. I mean, this is a show of force. This is an intimidation display.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Emma on that estimation. Now, the main reason I wanted to watch this is because a former Majority Report member, who we don't tune into at all, actually, I don't think we've watched a single one of her videos since we started this stream, but she made a, Jamie Peck,
that is, made a appearance on News Nation, where apparently, and I don't know if I'm the last one finding this out, where apparently Chris Cuomo is an anchor now. Like, what? I know he lost his job over there at CNN. But what the fuck? When did that happen?
The other one is doing it so that he can expand his house on,
Suck up to
Hamptons or
CEOs.
whatever it is.
Yeah.
Jamie Peck joins us now. Thank you for taking the opportunity.
Thank you for having me.
Help me understand, why is it a beautiful thing? Why do you support him assassinating another human being in cold blood?
So I was definitely joking a little bit, obviously drawing a comparison between what Donald Trump said about himself and the sort of...
We're fucking up the video. Hold on, I'm going to go back. I am the last person to find out. Okay, that seems to be clear by me reading chat messages. I'm sorry, I don't watch a ton of News Nation, you know, and I guess I just wasn't super focused at this one moment in time when he got this job.
Why do you support him assassinating another human being in cold blood?
So I was definitely joking a little bit, obviously drawing a comparison between what Donald Trump said about himself and the sort of explosion, this appetite, this excitement for the conversation that Luigi Mangione started. But I do think to call this an act of terrorism is an insult to the intelligence of the American people. Terrorism is something designed to strike fear into the hearts of non-combatant civilians, right? The general population. Nobody but a tiny class of CEOs has been made to live in fear by Luigi's actions, but nearly everybody knows what it's like to live in fear of having a necessary medical claim denied, the fear of having your life ruined or potentially ended by a stack of medical bills. And I think in a system with so much violence that's directed from the top down, it should come as no surprise when violence begins to boomerang back from the bottom up onto the 1%. Also, I would like to remind you on the subject of terrorism, nearly 3,000 Americans lost their lives on 9/11, right? This is the largest terrorist attack this country has ever seen. An estimated 190,000 people are murdered each year by our broken healthcare system. That is the equivalent of 52 9/11s worth of deaths every year. Every single week, another 9/11 happens. So I got to ask, who is the more prolific terrorist in this equation?
Well, first of all, as you may know, Jamie, terrorism is a specific legal standard. Right? There's no question that
it's
Luigi
not meeting the
did
legal
what he
standard
did.
enough for Chris. I see. Chris doesn't like that. He's like, you know what? It's more terrorism to kill one man killing hundreds of thousands of people than it is for the reverse of that situation.
Is a specific legal standard, right? There's no question that Luigi did what he did in furtherance of a political agenda. He said it, okay? So I don't see this as a question of fact or law. It's about the policy behind it. What I don't understand...
How dare Luigi strike fear into the king's heart?
So I don't see this as a question of fact or law. It's about the policy behind it. What I don't understand, and you know, you are somebody who in your positions is constantly trying to embrace the humanity of situations, right? I've been looking at why you support what you do with what's happening in the Middle East conflict. To me, this seems to be anathema to this. You know,
Can you pause it
nothing
actually
within
for a
a
sec?
system.
I just want to make this point because that was generous. That was nice of him. But when he talks about her humanity in this sense, he's betraying that, or I don't know what his opinions are, but I doubt that he is a principled anti-killing human being. There are like a very small number of people on this planet that are in principle just saying,
Yeah, I mean, Emma's completely right. He's clearly just using that as a way, as an, you know, like a what do you call it? Oh my god, my brain just broke. Something device. Oh my god. Like a rhetorical device, right? To cast aspersion onto Jamie to be like, oh, see, you're not even consistent. You're just not a consistent person. Why aren't you consistent, Jamie? That's all. That's really all he's doing there.
Bringing this example, Sister Helen Prigine, who is an anti-death penalty advocate, right? That's like the class of person who is in principled anti-violence. The question for 99% of the population, and specifically if you're in media or politics, is what violence are you against? And is it the stuff that you express outrage over, is it when violence is directed upward, or is it when violence is directed downward? And based on the reaction to this killing of the healthcare CEO, you can tell a lot about people's politics, especially if they were justifying Daniel Penny's killing of Jordan Neely on the subway. So I just want to point that out because he's trying to paint Jamie as this extreme.
Wait, what did Jamie do? What's chat talking about? I feel like I heard something about something about Jamie. I know she like left, was no longer really affiliated with the Majority Report at all, doing her own thing. Something happened regarding Jamie?
Her opinions on this front and saying this is contrary to her humanity. But unless you have a principled anti-killing position, you can't make that case.
This seems to be anathema to this. You know, nothing within a system gets changed by violence. How can you expect? Yeah, we're having a conversation, but we're not having the right one because the healthcare industry now has high ground because they've been victimized by this.
Oh, they've been victimized. Oh my god. Dude, Chris Cuomo is such a joke. Oh my god. Yeah, I know she's been gone from the Majority Report for a long time now. And I guess, you know, with everything else that's been going on, Gaza and all that, and I guess it just sort of, it's gone by me to some degree. And really, I knew Jamie from Majority Report, right? So when she stopped coming on the Majority Report, I kind of stopped thinking about her a lot, or at all. Nothing personal, just she's somebody I associated with the Majority Report quite heavily. I don't think I've ever seen this chatter in chat before, but we got a Luigi fan in chat. I mean, more so than usual. I mean, there's clearly a lot of Luigi admirers in chat, but I don't think I've seen the statement go quite that far up to this point. While we're talking about public violence, I figured we would just hit this up really quickly. Here's a 1.5-minute clip from a press conference given by the Las Vegas sheriff on the most recent Las Vegas happening that's been in the news lately.
Given everything that you read from his notes app and the manifesto that you see that you referenced going around in the podcast, have you guys been able to rule out that it was not from him, or is it still up in the air that it could have been from him?
So the question is, how would I describe his state of mind in the manifesto that was described on the podcast? Have we been able to determine whether that was from him or not? And I'll answer the first part is, I'm not comfortable giving you state of mind just yet. I certainly am leaning a particular way, but again, I'd like to be factual to you. I think when you read the
All right. So yeah, there is a manifesto supposedly that's been circulating around the internet. Sheriff doesn't want to comment on it. Now, the manifesto was, I mean, I've read the alleged manifesto. There's been no actual corroboration that this was in fact, that this like belonged to the Las Vegas bomber with any certainty that I've seen yet. Certainly not from the authorities. But just giving people the benefit of the doubt on the internet for now, which is usually a pretty dangerous proposition. At least from what I read, there was a lot of conflicting stuff in there, kind of. Like the suggestion, like he said he wasn't a terrorist, and then said it was a wake-up call. But I think a lot of people would say that, you know, Like, it's just two different words. You're just playing semantics, right? Wake up call, terrorism. One way or another, you're trying to change people's minds on something, draw their attention to something. Now, once again, I have the veracity of this is like, I don't know, 20%. I have no clarity on whether it's real. So really, I would recommend disregarding everything you just heard, aside from that there is an alleged manifesto out there. All right, now, let's go right oh, wait. I just looked over this one. Now, let's go here to the AP archive. This story wasn't good enough for the regular Associated Press page. No, they just uploaded it to their channel where things go to die.
Yes. Senator Mancinos. Yes. Senator McBride. Yes. Senator McBride.
Yes.
Yes. Senator Pardee. Yes. Yes. Senator Pardee. Yes. Yes. Senator Pettyjohn. Yes. Senator Pinckney. Yes.
Being a state senator for the last 4 years has been the best job that I've ever had.
Wait, did I just hear something? Did Luigi Mangione get elected to Congress?
Senator Pardee. Yes. Yes. Senator Pettyjohn. Yes,
Senator Mangione.
Being a state senator for the last 4 years has been the best job that I've ever had. I'm the happiest that I have ever been because of the progress that we've been able to make as a Democratic caucus, because of the colleagues that I get to work with on both sides of the aisle in the state Senate, because of the district that I serve.
Well, there you go. That was, I think, the last roll call at the state Senate in... Wait, where's Sarah McBride from? I think, is it Georgia? God damn it. I can't remember where Sarah McBride's from. I think it's Georgia. All right. No, Delaware. So yeah, she is leaving the state Senate of Georgia and is now going to be making her debut in Congress. All very, very exciting. And historical. Historic and historical, I guess? Whatever, it's both. Alright, oops, that's not what I meant to click. That's not how you do streaming. Alright, let's go back to the majority report and talk about some Trump stuff that's going on. Specifically, the meltdown that's currently going down regarding the influence of Elon Musk.
So Elon Musk and Ramaswamy, who just weeks ago were hailed as saviors of the Republican Party because they were going to cut all sorts of government functions.
Just historic? Okay.
Allow corporations to exploit
I have to look this up
our
now.
resources and socialize the cost of their privatized profits. Also, to be fair,
I think technically, if I want to be like super pedantic, I think I could argue that it's both. Because technically it's already happened, and therefore it's concerning history. And it will certainly be written in history books, one would think, as she's going to be a congressperson.
a full quarter minimum of Donald
But I'm sure it could equally be argued against.
Trump's money that he spent on getting elected. And apparently the vast majority of his get out the vote operation in swing states was paid for by one person, Elon Musk.
Yeah, but it is also historic, though. It's historical and historic, right? Because, of course, she's the first transgender congresswoman. And so that would make it a first in history, which makes it a historic thing. But then historical, whatever, because it already happened. But whatever.
One person.
So pedantic.
And now, all of a sudden,
the semantics.
Guys like Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon realize, like, oops, why did Trump want these people? Because, of course, they're the moneyed establishment in this country. There's no such thing as someone who has $400 billion who is not part of the establishment. What? Money is the establishment in this country. It's not a club. It is a bunch of people, a class of people. It's not 4 people. It is a class of people who have aligned incentive structure to maintain power. And the way you get into their group is by having a similar amount of money, and then you guys negotiate it. Here is Charlie Kirk talking about the problem of all of a sudden having these big supporters.
This is a violation of our social contract. And it sounds good. Let's just let more H-1B workers in. But what about the 23-year-old that went to University of Washington and studied computer science at the UW Computer Science Department? Shouldn't he be given preference above someone who could do the work for far less? It is about priorities, and it's not about what Charlie Kirk wants. It's not about what other people want out there. And I have friends on both sides of this.
Wait, but what about what the free market wants? What about, I thought that they were free market fundamentalists. What about if there is a worker that is offering to do it for a lower wage? Does that count? Does that count?
This is the point. They will not allow for labor to have the same mobility as capital.
Yeah, crypto. We want a crypto where the government can't even look at it. We want it so free that there's no regulation on it. But labor, we need a military on the borders to make sure that is under control.
And in the cities.
Yeah, exactly. Just have it everywhere.
It's so strange.
Sorry, keep going.
About what Charlie Kirk wants. It's not about what other people want out there. And I have friends on both sides of this debate. It's very simple. It's what the American people wanted. And the American people overwhelmingly voted for less immigration and the prioritization of the American children.
Pause it for a second. I don't know what the words overwhelming mean in this instance. But Donald Trump won by what? 1% of the popular vote?
About less than 2.
Certainly it was under 50% of the popular vote is my understanding. And you'd have to assume that every single one of those voters voted for less immigration than we have right now. And even then, that wouldn't be overwhelming. Go ahead.
Simple. It's what the American people wanted. And the American people overwhelmingly voted for less immigration and the prioritization of the American children and the American worker, not the American oligarch.
Wait, you think that Charlie Kirk's head is getting bigger? I think his hair is just getting smaller and receding. And it's giving like a, what do you call it? Like an optical illusion. He already had a weird egg-shaped head, you know? But I think you're just being thrown off by the fact that his hair is running away. Trying to, at least.
Oh, interesting. The oligarchs, first of all, I mean, Charlie Kirk has been completely supported by oligarchs.
Was it Foster Freeze?
I think it was Foster Freeze. It was another guy, though, who died that Kirk is now, I think, like, I can't remember who it was. But, I mean, all these oligarchs fund all of what they do. And here's Steve Bannon waving the same flag as if Donald Trump is also not one of these oligarchs.
Here's our position. You're not going to reform it because we're going to get it shut down, all of it. It should be the top. If Elon Musk's number one thing was Doge for America First, American citizens, this would be at the top of something to take off, to take it down. Why is it not? Because I believe his agenda is how to become the first trillionaire. I'm just saying.
That is his agenda, and it always was. That's part of what he's obsessed with in terms of funding these primary challenges for anybody that goes against the Trump agenda. The goal is for him to maximize his net worth while the Republicans have both the House, the Senate, and the presidency. That's what he's trying to do. But, yeah. I mean, Trump's going to welcome that kind of money. So I wonder how they strike that balance, or if MAGA even cares at the end of the day.
Well, my guess is that at the end of the day, the so-called MAGA and anything that they wanted or anything that they voted for has all been an illusion anyways.
No, I think, hot take, okay? Here's a hot take coming from me here. I think this may be one of the few examples where the racism and all that stuff also merges with sort of economic populist-ish. It's sort of very nationalist based, economic populist, sort of problematic to some degree. But I think they merge and may actually, this one may be stickier, I think, than some of the other ones. I think that this is one of those things, like, from the beginning of Donald Trump, the deport people, like the put the wall, all of that, right? Build the wall, all that shit. Like, I think it's one of these things that they are actually expecting results on, and the results I think we're going to see are going to be fucking horrifying.
Going to care about this one way or another. They will get over it depending on what Donald Trump says. That's it.
He could lie
I
to them.
contend right now that if you voted for Donald Trump, unless you're a wealthy person or a ultra nationalist, that's a very polite way of putting it, or maybe a religious fundamentalist, let's be honest, Christian fundamentalist, whatever reason you thought you were voting for Donald Trump, you're going to get screwed. And this immigration thing is a perfect example. There is, if you believe there should be no immigration or less immigration in this country, there's absolutely no reason to assume that you need to import skilled immigrants any more than unskilled immigrants. They both help this economy. They both bring in, values and ideas that are dynamic and different. But if you believe that immigrants are the problem in this country, that you're losing your sense of America, there's no reason to have either one of them. So let's tune in to Donald Trump.
What does he have to say about this?
Like I say, Forbes in February of 2020 wrote a piece on how the Trump administration, the first one, really attacked and undermined the H-1B visa program. This was one of their biggest agendas. And based upon what, Bannon says, and I would imagine Stephen Miller say, it's going to be their agenda again. Why wouldn't it be? That would be completely consistent. That's what we've been told people voted for Donald Trump. Can we get a drum roll, please? Can we find a drum roll? Can we find a drum roll?
I don't have
How do
one
we
either.
not have a drum roll on our soundboard?
I'm not prepared for this.
Because it's a moment of suspense.
I would make sure to have a drum roll on my soundboard.
I got it. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will hear how Prince Trump has decided. Elon and Vivek, or the rubes who voted for no more immigrants in this country.
Why'd you change your mind on H-1B visas?
I didn't change my mind. I've always felt we have to have the most competent people in our country. We need competent people. We need smart people coming into our country. We need a lot of people coming in. We're going to have jobs like we've never had before.
But sir, you
Never seen them before.
Immediately, if not sad trombone.
We're gonna have all the jobs. Don't worry. Don't worry. We can have all the jobs and the immigrants. It's fine. Well, there you go. It's Donald Trump's plan. All right. I think we're going to end the U.S. politics discussion here with this last video, which is good news for some, specifically retirees. Oh shit, I forgot about this one. I meant to put this one at the top. Oh, sorry retirees, hold on one second. We gotta talk about something else first. Oh my god. This is a real sad trombone moment. Let's talk about the fact that Kamala Harris, Vice President and technically head of the Senate, is going to have to preside over the certification of the 2024 election loss, well, of herself. Of hers. Wait, my brain just broke. How does English work again?
On Monday, before a joint session of Congress, Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to preside over the certification of her defeat to Donald Trump. But Harris isn't the first presidential candidate to supervise their own electoral loss. In 1961, then Vice President Richard Nixon oversaw the certification of his presidential election loss to John F. Kennedy.
Good company, Kamala. Good company.
And after the razor-thin election in 2000, then Vice President Al Gore did the same after losing to George W. Bush.
Went on to do great things.
It's also worth noting that on January 6, 2021, pro-Trump rioters, upset by his loss, stormed the Capitol in an attempt to stop the certification.
It's a real mixed bag right there. Nixon and Gore. Well, those are going to be her fellows, comrades in embarrassment, and presiding over their own defeat. Now, here's a better story. Joe Biden hasn't given up yet.
I'm staying in the race.
He signed the Social Security Fairness Act
maybe
into
the
law.
last major piece of legislation President Biden will sign into law. He's putting his name on a bill that means 3 million more Americans will now receive full Social Security benefits. ABC's Mary Alice Parks is in Washington with those details. Mary Alice, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, Janae. And President Biden will sign the Social Security Fairness Act into law this afternoon. And yes, likely one of the last major pieces of legislation he signs. It's all about getting more money into the pockets of retirees. This law expands Social Security benefits to about 3 million retired teachers, firefighters, police officers, and other public servants by repealing old policies that limited Social Security payments for some retirees who also collect public pensions, as well as their widowed spouses. Now, while some Republicans were worried about the price tag, it will add about $200 billion to the deficit. This bill did pass with large bipartisan support. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said it was Congress finally correcting a 50-year mistake. And this law is retroactive to cover all of last year for eligible recipients. People are encouraged to make sure their mailing address and other information is still correct at the Social Security Administration's website.
Okay, now let's go to the signing of that bill here. This is Forbes breaking news. 6 hours ago.
Thank you.
This is a good point, so life. We can fix that deficit by raising the cap. That old income cap, that very, very unhelpful income cap that allows the richest in our society to pay as much as just the regular people. They're just like normal people.
Hold on, we're gonna skip past this. Go to the signing. Actually, I guess do we have to? No, we don't have to. I guess this is kind of this is his last speech ever. We might as well at least hear the attempt.
Thank you very much, Betty. Thank you. I know in about 20 years I'll become a senior. It's hell turning 40, you know.
Is it a senior moment? Is it a joke? Who knows?
All the work you've done for retired Americans, it makes a gigantic difference. Thank you. And by the way, if you excuse what they say, the Senate used to say in the Senate, a point of personal privilege. She gave me a handwritten poem from her husband, who wrote to me, saying I look like I'm 20. Thank him very well. I'll give him a call. Thank you. And thank you to the current and former members of Congress for being here today, particularly Susan Collins. Susan, I hope it doesn't hurt your reputation, might compliment you. Sherrod Brown. Good.
Okay, let's watch the actual signing of this thing already. That's what we're all here for. It's the money shot.
I like her so much, I heard her reputation.
Oh, good. We have Dianne Feinstein here, so that's good. I'm glad.
Okay.
Couldn't do it without her.
You ready? Get set, go. All right.
Well, there we go. Here we go. Probably one of the last official acts of Joe Biden. She's dead? Who's dead? Oh, I just realized I called... Oh my god, I just called her Dianne Feinstein. It's not Dianne Feinstein. Fucking hell. What is her name? Oh my god. Oh, my brain just broke. Who is that? Somebody... Oh, no. Why? Suzanne Collins, thank you. Thank you. They're completely different people. They honestly kind of look alike, though. You're right, she is dead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's my bad. Yes, Suzanne Collins. Yes. Yes, we got there, finally. Thank you, everybody. No, they're clearly different people. I don't know why. I don't know why my brain just broke on their names. All right, it's that time. Time for a galactic intermission. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Very, very important and helpful things that your fingers can be doing right now. You know what else your fingers could technically do that would be super helpful to the Galactic News Network and keeping it alive? You can use them to donate to this channel with one of the cornucopia of options that we have here available to you. YouTube, of course, we got all the cool YouTube stuff. We got Twitch, we got Cash App, PayPal, and of course Patreon, where you can get the most galactic benefits for your Earth dollars. 3. Count them. $3 US a month. To get more benefits than anyone else sees, galactically speaking. How is that possible? Don't ask. Don't ask how the sausage is made. Just is. Do it and do it now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And help keep the Galactic News Network alive. You are our only hope. Anyway, chat. I hope you enjoyed this short space break. Grab yourself a drink, perhaps a snack, and I will be right back.
just realized you got an extra day on some of these Christmas decorations. Free extra day of Tina twerk and Santa in the sky. Your cat. Anyway, chat, it's time for us to get back to the show. Get those seed space fams. Otherwise, you're gonna miss that galactic content. What's happening? Oh. Okay. Well, it's technically going to be a combination of the business and environmental half here. Just because I went long on the US politics. So, let's get to this. Big news. My God. Did you know that just a little while ago, the Excel World Championships happened? Oh my God.
What? Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Let's take a look at this monumental competition.
It's finally here, the 2024 Microsoft Excel World Championship.
Whew.
Let's meet the competition. Coming
Let's do it,
back
Dan.
from what we all thought was a career-ending carpal tunnel injury is Pete Warner. Always the
this
best
is-
dressed in the walkout tunnel.
Wrists are looking pretty
Showing
good too,
thigh.
Dan.
Surprising move here. And now the most infamous man in the competition. Greg Litchens was caught last year.
Oh,
for
wow.
enhancing finger extenders
I can't believe they
to
let him
increase
back.
his board reach. And here comes the bad boy of the Excel world, Mike Lynn.
Look at that
Don't
shirt.
let that smile fool you. Lynn won by submission last year after strangling his competition with his mouse cord. Wow, defending champion Lyle Rinder coming out and immediately throwing up the L to his
Unbelievable.
competitors. Zach Sun
What
didn't
are
like that
they
coming
not
out
gonna
ripping
do
hot
today?
Right after. He might even confront him face to face.
Oh my
He
God.
did. Eye contact
Oh,
and
no,
everything.
Dan, that's too
Absolutely
much.
Brutal.
That's
And
too
here's
much.
The undisputed GOAT, the freak in the sheets, the Excel Incel 12-time world champion, Buster Jennings, everybody. I know for a lot of young fans in the crowd, seeing Buster up there
This
is
is
like seeing the face of God himself.
quite-
All right, well, we'll get into the action right after a quick word from Adderall.
It's the best ending
Flight delays are ahead.
Oh my God. Most accurate advertisement placement ever. Alrighty. Let's go to NBC News from yesterday. Big news. Historic verdict from the Department of Transportation. I guess it wouldn't be a verdict. What do you call it? Whatever. This is a first-time decision from the Department of Transportation, who has decided to fine JetBlue $2 million. Over what? Let's find out.
Just about every traveler has endured.
Your heart kind of sinks and you start to calculate, I'm losing money, I'm losing time, this vacation is precious anyway.
And now the Department of Transportation says it's had enough, hitting JetBlue this week with a $2 million fine.
This is pretty significant in the fact that the DOT has never penalized an airline for what it is calling chronic delays.
The unprecedented move comes after a DOT investigation found JetBlue operated 4 chronically delayed flights on the East Coast, arriving more than 30 minutes late, more than half the time, for at least 5 straight months.
Illegal.
The fine, in part, will go towards compensating JetBlue passengers already impacted and those who see flight cancellations and lengthy delays in the year to come.
It's a stress and inconvenience. It should be compensated, definitely.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says the action puts the entire airline industry on notice as
That's right. Watch out, airline industry. If you're planning on continuing to cut costs at the detriment to consumers, well, you better watch yourself, buddy. Until January 20th, when, of course, you'll probably be able to do whatever the fuck you want because we're going to have a Donald Trump administration full of a bunch of psychopaths. So I guess for like the next 14 days, watch yourself. Watch yourself, airlines. It's been very bad. Bad people. You forgot about
year, Barnes &
Pete
Noble
Buttigieg. How could you forget about that? What? How could you forget about that guy? Most totally
Finally tonight, some of the brightest minds showed off their skills today in Queens. Vaughn College hosted the country's largest robotics qualifier competition today. More than 40 teams are vying for a shot at the state and national championships. Vex Robotics hosts more than 1,000 competitions worldwide, with teams from 50 countries taking part. Well, robots today, AI tomorrow.
Yeah, that's great. Boston.
She's got jokes. There we go. Robot competition of the highest order between a bunch of college students. Fighting to be the next best nerd. Who will win? We will find out. Never, probably, because I don't think we're going to do a follow-up to this story. Actually, I did robotics. It's fun. It's good. It's a good time. Okay. All right, before we talk about the big storm affecting much of the United States right now, let's talk about the storm that affected much of the southeast of the United States in 2024 and what it's doing to some communities in North Carolina still.
Temporary bridges like these have been swept away by the most recent rainfall. They were built because the regular bridges were completely destroyed and flooded from Helene about 3 months ago. Some, like Timothy Buchanan, have been trapped for over 24 hours. He lost his original bridge during Helene, and volunteers then helped him construct a footbridge. But Sunday, as floodwaters rushed in, that bridge was taken and rushed downstream. And he is not alone. Dozens of others are in the same position.
So, yeah, we are concerned for those families.
Philip Barrier, the Avery County manager, says much of the progress made was ruined by Sunday's flooding. He says he and his team have been out connecting with residents and assessing needs. He says getting people safely connected back to the county is a top priority.
I want people to be in their homes, but this is definitely not even emergency access to those homes. We need to move quicker.
He says since Helene, the overall landscape has changed, and small amounts of water can do more damage than normal due to extra debris in the rivers and streams, something they want to remove.
That and the fact that they're putting up, temporary bridges. I mean, the bridge that he's talking about is this, right? It's just these planks that came down. It's not an actual bridge. They're tied together with what appears to be some sort of lashing. Rudimentary, no doubt. But, a quick fix solution to people being able to cross the river who are essentially completely cut off from society without a bridge. But due to the lack of funds right now, people in some communities here in North Carolina and others are still left to their own resources in many cases due to the lack of funding. And what would be fascinating is whether or not, you know, a Republican-led government will fund FEMA. Something which, if you're not familiar with, is something of a weird thing for Republicans. For a while, if I recall correctly, Alex Jones was claiming FEMA was actually setting up, what was it that what was his thing? It was like, he was like setting up like internment camps or something for Americans for the martial law that was going to be like inevitably called during the Obama administration. Like this is way back, old school Alex Jones lore. But I'm just thinking to myself, man, I feel like they really hate federal agencies and stuff. So it should be fascinating to see if they decide to continue funding FEMA enough to actually, and if actually that's not even true. I mean, FEMA's being underfunded right now because climate change is getting worse and worse, and the budget for FEMA is not increasing at the pace in which disasters are. All right, now let's talk about something serious.
Winter is coming.
Well, it's not just coming, it's here. It has come. It has come for the United States. Some people are preparing, even in Florida, for the storm that is now hitting us.
The forecast for these colder temperatures
is 2 days
certainly
ago.
Concerning some local growers. In some cases, just a few degrees can mean the difference between a sweeter crop and disaster.
It really can. Today, 10 Tampa Bay's Eric Glasser went to Dade City. Kumquat farmers want to save their crops ahead of the Kumquat Festival later this month.
Not the kumquats.
Well, as you can see, there's no shortage of fruit on the kumquat trees right now here in Dade City, but they might have to quickly harvest as much of it as they can depending upon the forecast. A major decision and undertaking that could come down to just a couple of degrees.
I'm really concerned.
Greg Goody is admittedly worried his kumquat crop vulnerable to temperatures close to what's being forecast over the next few days.
You can take a kumquat down below freezing and not freeze the juice or hurt the fruit. But it's that 28-degree thing below there for a couple hours in 26 and 27. That's when you damage the fruit.
It might come down to a last-minute decision, but Goody says that the plan right now is to have pickers ready to grab as much of the fruit as they can if it looks like the freeze could be damaging.
Well, there you go. The kumquat in peril right now. They'll be forced to make a second decision on whether or not to pick the crop or to leave it on the tree, in case this storm winds up causing Florida, of all places, to go below freezing. The reason for this concern? Well, the first major storm of 2025.
Tonight, a brutal winter system wreaking havoc and stunning video of a semi-truck jackknifing and sliding off an icy Kansas highway coated with freezing rain. Facebook video showing another semi already off the road, and watch as this black SUV slides across a median. Another driver narrowly dodging it. By mid-afternoon, Kansas authorities clocked close to 50 crashes, nearly half with injuries. Troopers pleading with people to stay off the roads.
Watch my feet here. Ready for this?
That seems safe.
That's what we're dealing with out here.
The mayhem caused by a monster winter system already slamming Utah and South Dakota and now barreling east. Tonight, 57 million Americans are under winter storm alerts as parts of the Midwest brace for up to 16 inches of snow and temperatures 25 degrees below average. By Monday, the system set to slam the East Coast, including upstate New York, already buried by lake effect snow. In Kansas City, people are stocking up on shovels and supplies.
Snowmageddon, Snow My God.
This as Missouri's Department of Transportation calls this their biggest storm in nearly a decade.
What's that like to go to bed tonight expecting that tomorrow?
I don't know if I'll be doing much sleep tonight.
Snow my God is the quote of the night, Maggie, in Kansas City right now. And the icy conditions there, I know, cause problems for the Kansas City Chiefs trying to get to their game. What?
Yeah, Kate, that's right. The Chiefs couldn't take off for Denver to play the Broncos tomorrow because the airport was shut down. But good news tonight, just in the last hour, city officials tweeted those runways are back open. Kate.
Maggie Vespa, thank you. Let's get right to NBC News meteorologist Angie Lassman. Angie, this is just the beginning of some potentially dangerous weather.
We've got multiple days of this winter storm, Kate, and multiple impacts. Right now, we see some of those snow showers over parts of the Central Plains. But as we get into the overnight hours, that snow, that rain, the freezing rain, all going to expand. We'll even see these blizzard-like.
Doesn't it look like, what was her name? Katie or whatever her name? It looks like she's about to go on some sort of, it's like either she's gonna go on a cruise ship or be a stewardess. It's unclear.
Continuing with 40-mile-per-hour winds across parts of the Central Plains. Tomorrow, it's a line of thunderstorms with the potential for strong winds and tornadoes. We'll also see parts of I-70, St. Louis, Cincinnati, dealing with that heavy snow and more of that ice accumulation across that same region. By Monday, this works to the mid-Atlantic. We'll see significant snow and ice in that region as well. The accumulation's impressive in some spots, up to 3/4 of an inch for localized amounts south of I-70, but the heaviest snow sticks right along I-70, 8 to 14 inches.
That's a lot. What? Yeah, it's going straight across the country, hitting parts of New York, as you can see here. May even be a foot of snow here. And what is this, Watertown, I guess? Almost Syracuse, actually. We got way more to talk about with this storm. We're just getting into it. This was the sort of lead up, but it has been hitting in full force for over 15 hours now, the center of the country. So let's get to that. No, why did I click at that? No, don't do that. This is very rude.
How rude.
There we go.
Tonight, a brutal winter system wreaking havoc and stunning video of a semi-truck jackknifing and sliding off an icy Kansas highway coated with freezing rain. Facebook video showing another semi already off the road.
Why are you always doing this to me? Giving me your
Coast, including
rerun
upstate New
stuff
York,
at the
already
beginning,
buried
always.
by lake effect snow. In Kansas City, people are stocking up on shovels and supplies.
Snowmageddon, Snow my God.
This as Missouri's Department of Transportation calls this their...
All right, that's it. I swear to God. Oh, I just realized, no, that was my bad, actually.
That big storm sweeping across the Midwest this morning,
Why do I
covering a
suck?
large part of the country with
I made
snow
a huge,
and ice.
tiny mistake.
ABC's Victor Okendo is live for us in Cincinnati right now, a very cold Cincinnati. Good morning, Victor.
Good morning, Gio. The brunt of this storm just west of us, and it's headed right this way. We're expecting snow to start falling here in Cincinnati in just a matter of hours, and conditions will quickly deteriorate.
If the snow hits DC, the GOP will be whooping it up that global warming isn't real. I'm pretty sure that Republicans will always use just the existence of snow anywhere on the planet as being proof that global warming is not real. Look, there's snow.
This morning, a monster winter storm barreling east. More than 60 million Americans under alert as the massive storm is set to bring heavy snow, freezing rain, and icy conditions. Heavy snow already falling this morning, with blizzard warnings stretching from Wichita to Kansas City. In Virginia, crews treating the roads in preparation of what's to come. Ice already creating treacherous travel conditions. In Missouri, multiple cars spinning out on the highway. This 18-wheeler sliding sideways in Wichita, Kansas.
What I want to show you, though, is that this roadway is very slick.
State troopers demonstrating just how dangerous the roads can be.
That's what we're dealing with out here, and it's not getting any better, it's getting worse.
Many bracing as the storm plows east. Shelves empty as shoppers flock to stores to gather essentials. From food,
we're just trying to stock up on groceries because the snow's coming in,
to supplies.
The mighty old saw.
So there is still some time to get those last-minute supplies before the worst of this arrives. Some of the roads here in the area, they have been salted. Plows are standing by. Snow, freezing rain, and sleet in the forecast. We are looking at a very long 24 to 36 hours ahead.
Yep.
Yep. Let's take a look at some of that. This is from like 12 hours ago. Cincinnati, Ohio. Just a light dusting, really. Not getting hit too bad here in Ohio 13 hours ago. We'll see how they last throughout this. They are more northern on that map, though. This is, oh, we don't need this one. We don't need this one. Where is this? I-29? I don't know where that is. Missouri. Yeah, Missouri's definitely getting hit a little harder than Ohio was back there. Although Missouri's west of Ohio. So I guess they were probably getting it first. This is more footage from Missouri, I think. Yeah. Aside from the snow, this thing is bringing pretty strong winds and low temperatures. So it's definitely somewhat dangerous, not just the ice and snow itself, but just being exposed to this level of cold with the wind chill in places. Things are getting below single digits in some areas, so that's pretty cold. Kentucky is looking pretty frozen over here. Pretty frozen. What do we got next? Nebraska. This dog is just chilling. Okay, cool. Looking pretty snowy in Nebraska too. Let's see what this guy has to say.
A huge winter storm is coming to the United States today and tomorrow, and this is going to dump tons of snow anywhere from the Central Plains back into the Midwest and as well as the Ohio Valley, and then eventually going towards the Mid-Atlantic. In addition to that, we are talking about a big ice storm and as well as the threat for severe weather today, including damaging winds, large hail, and also a few tornadoes, which a strong tornado cannot be ruled out. So in today's forecast, we're going to break down exactly what you need to know about today's winter storm and why we think another winter storm will be happening later this week. We'll begin with what's happening across the country this morning, and for right now, our winter storm continues to organize and ramp up. Moderate to heavy snowfall and as well as freezing rain and sleet are now falling across parts of the Central Plains and as well as back through areas in the lower Midwest. This is only going to ramp up as we go throughout the day today. A lot of moisture right now coming out of the Gulf of Mexico. Again, this is just aiding for a perfect winter storm setup. Back over.
Sounds terrifying, sir. Thank you for your analysis, Mr. Velocity. All right.
We do want to go to Bowling Green, Missouri, where we've got winter storm specialist Mike Sadell live this morning. Of course, we've been watching the snow, and to your south and southwest, some pretty decent bands getting ready to head your direction, my friend.
Yes, indeed. We're going to see it pick up. And you'll notice that, I think, by the next live shot in about 30 minutes here in Bowling Green. We're just up the river from St. Louis, just checking Lambert. Last observation, snow and sleet mixed. We had earlier freezing rain reported at the Spirit of St. Louis Airport. St. Charles has had a mixed bag, too. So down there, snowfall accumulations will be less than up here. And that's why we came up here, so we could safely avoid that nose of warm air. You know how we hate that in meteorology, because that's what happens when you get the warm air aloft, and depending on the thickness, the layer of that warm air determines whether you get sleet or freezing rain. So in this case in St. Louis, it's a very narrow layer, so the snowflakes melt to raindrops, and then they have enough distance, vertical drop, where they can refreeze and then they bounce. That's what we call ice pellets or sleet. Here, though, it's all snow. It's very light right now, but again, look at the radar. Look what's coming in, and we're going to be in the thick of it through this evening and overnight. The winter storm warning in the St. Louis area.
Okay.
All right, Kelly Cass, you called it. We just had thunder snow here in Kansas City,
What'd
Missouri.
You say?
Hopefully one of the two cameras that we have out here got it, and we'll
Thunder
play it
snow?
for you. You got to go cut it. You have to go cut the
What the hell is thunder snow?
Was that another? That would have. Okay, that was the flat. Yes, it was. See, I told you.
Right there.
We just had it again. Guys, that's number 7. That's number 7. Thunder snow here in Kansas City now. We've had a couple of both. So this is the energy coming up again from the south. And what's really interesting is notice we can't even see the city now. It's all like a whiteout. So the visibility's come down, the snow intensities come up. Think about it. When you're in rain, a lot of times when you're in a thunderstorm, it's heavier precipitation. And that's exactly what we've got going on. The only thing is...
Hold on. We have to see this thunder snow you're talking about. What the hell is thunder snow?
Commonality, something to look for when you're driving over an overpass. First of all, a lot of slipping and sliding. There wasn't even a tenth of an inch of precip here.
That's not good.
But it just glazed over
everything.
Boy. It glazed over everything here.
Boy.
And that caused tractor trailers to jackknife for hundreds of thousands of square miles out there across Kansas. A lot of that in the area now is all snow. All right, heavy snow, 1 to 2 inch per hour snow. Here we are coming across the road. Look at that. Turning into the spin. Notice the commonality here. Everybody that's coming over that bridge, that's when they start to slide. So you're coming around at an angle, right? You've got momentum on your tail, and that starts the spin. Everybody's got momentum. All the mass, the weight, is on the tail of your vehicle coming around that corner. And it's really over that bridge and overpass that we see the spin going on. All those examples, every single one of them. Now, a lot of times you could control it, but with a big rig like that, that's a lot of weight. That's a lot of mass on the backside of that thing. So he went into a fishtail just like this guy, right in through here. Likely you're going too fast, number one. And when you go over those bridges and overpasses, and this could be a lesson for you today in Paducah, in Lexington, potentially into Jackson, Kentucky, where we're expecting more freezing rain. Be on the lookout for those bridges and overpasses because they freeze first.
Oh,
okay?
shit.
They freeze first, and that's where the problem is. All right, Molly, do we have the radar with the lightning over Kansas City? If we do, I want to show you guys this because there's so much. Oh, God, it just happened again.
Hey, why do you keep talking about thunder snow and not showing us the thunder snow? Are we not going to get to see the goddamn thunder snow? You know what? I'm highly offended by that.
How rude.
His enthusiasm is a tad. He is very enthusiastic. USA Today. A mega winter storm bears down on millions. A massive winter storm is bringing bitter cold temperatures, rain, and snow to more than 60 million Americans from Colorado to Virginia. The National Weather Service says whiteout conditions will make travel extremely dangerous, with some seeing the heaviest snowfall in over a decade.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Winter is coming. AccuWeather says lingering cold air could keep ice and snow on the ground for several days. That looked like that hurt. Okay. Damn. Louisville looking real snowy for Kentucky. This is in Missouri. Okay, is that it? I think that's the last one, right? Oh, no, this is the last one.
Many KCI passengers had different destinations in mind Saturday afternoon.
We're supposed to go to Florida, Fort Lauderdale.
Antonio Hernandez and his girlfriend were supposed to go to Florida for a birthday cruise.
We're on the flight and we're just sitting at the tarmac for like an hour and a half, and they're like, airport's closed.
But Mother Nature had different plans for his birthday. The airport had to close flight operations for part of Saturday because of the ice.
We'll just sleep here overnight, see if we can get out tomorrow.
But Hernandez can't even get a different flight until Monday.
They ended up
rebooking me on something else and then canceling and then rebooking and then canceling.
It's a problem other passengers like Jocelyn Joseph are facing too.
I was halfway through security when my flight got canceled and they told me I needed to go back down to baggage claim to get my bag.
The college student is trying to make it back to Denver, but dangerous road conditions are keeping her at the airport until her next flight too.
We rebooked, but we won't be able to get out until Tuesday.
Christy Coach is trying to get back to North Carolina with her kids.
We kind of felt like after the first delay that if they would have just gone ahead and canceled it, we could have gotten a jump on figuring out plans for tonight.
Like many
Well, sometimes they worry less about you and more about business. So sorry. But now, many airports are not allowing flights out or in due to dangerous conditions. I mean, you know, planes are going a little faster than those trucks are going when they come down. And so, you know, you can imagine when they hit that runway, it's got to be ice-free. And if they can't manage to keep it ice-free, well, then it becomes an incredibly massive hazard to everyone. Alright, let's go somewhere warm. That's enough cold for now. Just, you know, I think we need a moment away from all that cold. Let's go a place where things are honestly looking beautiful.
Naturaleza, que es un modelo con equilibrio, que es un modelo en el que podemos compartir y en el que nos podemos... 3 están activas, 4 están con licencia de aprovechamiento.
This is in Ecuador, I'm pretty sure. In the Andean part of the rainforest, if I'm not mistaken. Once again.
Esta victoria lo que hace es que no se puedan emitir más licencias ni concesiones de...
Now, unfortunately, there's no subtitles, but what essentially this guy is talking about, what these people here are talking about, is mining operations that are being, I think, proposed in this area that they are trying to stop.
Uno de los lugares más diversos del mundo, es uno de los pocos... Esa es la voluntad que tenemos que defender.
Hay demasiado ya.
Esto de las cortes, vuelvo a emplear la consulta, dice no solamente que no se pueden entregar, pero...
Hummingbirds fascinate me. They're one of the strangest in terms of like diet. Like they just live on sugar water. It's insane. I'm pretty sure they have to like drink their body weight like multiple times over in sugar water per day. I honestly don't understand how the species has made it this far. It sounds completely unattainable. Okay. Now, before we go to talking about more cold stuff, I figured we would warm our hearts with a little bit of this. Ah. Oh, I just realized what's going on. Oh my god. The ears are going. So close. So close. The landing though. My god. I'd still give it at least a 6. That is a lot of puppies. Look at them all. Might have overshot that jump a little bit. That's what happens when you're an excited little puppy. Just trying to have fun. Alright, let's go to the United Kingdom. Why? Because they are being hit with snow too. Quite a lot of it, as it would seem.
Heavy snow and freezing rain is causing widespread disruption across the UK, with amber warnings in place in parts of northern England, the Midlands and Wales. Forecasters say up to 40 centimetres of snow could fall in some places, and temperatures overnight fell as low as -11 Celsius. The runway at Leeds Bradford Airport is closed due to snow and ice. After being closed earlier, the runways at Liverpool and Manchester airports have now reopened, but there are warnings of more delays and disruption to come. Let's go live now to West Yorkshire. We can speak to our correspondent Nikki Schiller, who's there for us. And how is it there, Nikki?
Yes, tell us, Nikki.
Yes, Lucy, you mentioned Leeds Bradford Airport. We're about 5 miles from Leeds Bradford Airport, and you can see why that runway is closed. The snow is still coming down here in Leeds. This is in the amber warning area for snow, and this covers a large part of northern England, including North Yorkshire, West Yorkshire. It goes up to Northumberland and across to Cumbria and those borders near Scotland. So a large area of England expecting, and some areas already getting snow. You mentioned that 40 centimetres of snow. There is a concern that that will be in the Pennines area, which is high up, but we are already seeing 12 centimetres of snow in Bingley and 10 centimetres of snow in Shap in Cumbria. And you can just see, if I show you my boot here, that this is quite deep here. This has been settling overnight, and you know, I can get my hand clearly into there. So you can see the amount of snow that has fallen here, and it's been falling like this for a good 3 or 4 hours now. Now the issues with the airports are beginning to ease, as you
I'm loving this picture. Just a random snowman
mentioned in Manchester and Liverpool, but we are now looking at disruption on the trains because, of course, when snow and ice falls on those lines and the trains start operating, they find that they can't always get through. So Northern Rail have got cancellations and delays, so have ScotRail, and so down in the southwest of England.
Okay, we got one more video on this. Channel 4, wrap it up in the UK.
A slow start to the day on the roads, and it didn't get much faster. Vehicles stranded on the A1M in County Durham this morning as heavy snow hit across the north of England. Many chose to leave the car at home. After a mild festive period, the 12th day of Christmas delivered a winter wonderland for millions of people. The snow was expected and brought with it the usual hazards.
We've been out gritting from yesterday, and that will continue wherever the signs of snow. We prepare 12 months in advance for events like these.
And what are the risks going forward now?
Well, as we get rid of the snow and as it melts, we will see some flooding in places.
We are sorry, but the train has
From the roads to the railways, train delays and cancellations, multiple rail companies warning simply not to travel. And confusion at the airport too. Several flights to and from Leeds Bradford Airport were cancelled or delayed this morning due to snow closing the runway. A similar situation developed to other airports, including Manchester and Liverpool, causing significant disruption.
Yeah, Northern Hemisphere getting hit by a fair amount of snow right now, it would seem. It's causing all sorts of problems for humans. But we need the snow. We really do. Especially when it comes to things like snowpack on mountains, and glaciers, and things. Alrighty. It's Sunday Funday, so I figured we would do this story today. Let's talk butterflies.
Mega forest, and you see these things. Yeah, but you see. But I want to show you the eggs and the caterpillars and the pupae of this thing. I don't know. She's not pulling out its tongue yet, is it? Because that's why we put the banana bait there. This is just a oops. But the whole thing, as I'm saying to you, takes 3 or 4 months for them to come through. So I've always learned about nature since I've been a very small boy. And we spent the first 28 years of our lives up in Mount Elgon. But I've been working on butterflies since I was 5, and it got really quite serious from about the age of 9.
Whoa, look at that thing. Now, he doesn't just go running around fields catching these things. Oh, no.
Understand in terms of size, it's huge. We've shown you about the big butterflies. I'm going to show you some of
This guy literally has millions of butterflies, all
So in the dry area,
categorized.
you have an interesting thing here. So I look at the same thing. I want to show you from North Africa.
I don't know what butterflies are worth,
So this
but
was a new butterfly for science when we were describing
this must be the most
we were
expensive,
comparing these from
or at least the most
populations.
valuable collection. Because he didn't buy them, obviously, but the most valuable collection of butterflies.
It's about 100, so that's 3 or 4 million butterflies. And a lot of these are being bred through from different places. From Uganda, etc., etc.
Where's from there? Which one?
So the 3 eggs they collected in the Usambara Mountains, they produce 3 different types. But these are pretty fragile, because this particular butterfly is the only, although we've bred those from caterpillars, from eggs, nobody has ever seen this butterfly in the wild, ever. But we have about 95% of all the butterflies that have ever been found in Africa, including many that we have described new to science, several hundred that have come in. On the mountains in Mozambique, This is... Wow, okay. For us, for the future, is to get some financial support to get the biodiversity going and to actually find a safe home for this when...
Butterflies are free. It's a good point. It's a good point. It's still the biggest butterfly collection. Quite impressive. I honestly just always loved butterflies, and you know, it's just a little interesting thing for us to look at while we do this. It's not a hard-hitting news story, more of a Sunday fun day thing. All right. Now, technically, if you didn't realize, we were already in Kenya. We're going to stay in Kenya and talk about a different wildlife thing, that being birds.
Chakula naleta enough for the animals. Na kuku na kila kitu.
I always bring enough food for the animals, including the chickens and other livestock. However, when the crows showed up, there no longer was enough.
The Indian house crows become such a nuisance in the hotel that they are coming and stealing food off the plates of guests, and which is quite dangerous in the case of children because they're snatching food from the children's plates and from the children's hands sometimes. So we're having to chase them away all the time.
Indian house crows transmit up to 8 diseases that can...
It's nice to see stories that aren't just the US. I don't know how long you've been following the channel Dark Sparkle, but we do stories about not the US every single day. Well, every stream, because we don't stream every day. But yeah.
Transmitted from animals to people. And among them, West Nile virus and Newcastle virus.
That's not great.
In the circles of conservation, it's not raising too much concern because people have collectively agreed that some species which needs to be controlled. Now the challenge would be if the control is affecting other species, but through the protocols that have been placed, that it's minimizing effect to other species. As players within the sector, we are confident enough that the control of this species is going to...
Right. No, the problem... Well, I mean... I see where your confusion is. I mean, technically, they're not finding enough food, but it's because the crow population in Kenya is exploded. I'm pretty sure that they aren't native to the whole country, or at all. I can't remember. But I guess the point is that the population was much smaller at one time and is now exploded to a point where these crows aren't getting enough to eat, and so now they're just like attacking children, eating food for the food in their hands, stealing food from animals, causing people's livestock to either lose weight or to have to be forced to sell them, things like that. All right, now let's go to Ethiopia, right next door, where there is a geological thing happening, which is causing humans to evacuate the area. Not all of Ethiopia, but just part of it. The volcano started to explode, leading to a critical situation in the region. We have no food to eat. We initially sent our livestock away because our animals are scared. Now we're waiting to be moved out ourselves. But we need transportation. We're displaced and facing significant difficulties. We don't even know where we're going. Now, I know it doesn't look like much, but I'm pretty sure the actual size of this volcano is massive. And this is just sort of like an off-gassing. I can't remember the exact terminology used in this stuff. But I'm pretty sure this is just sort of like a tiny, tiny fraction of what could happen, which is why people are so concerned and evacuating the area. They are not overreacting over a mud pit, even though it kind of looks like that. All right. Staying in, I think this is in Ethiopia, right? Let's talk archaeology.
In 74, he found 40% of the skeleton of an unknown female ape-like creature. The night he found her, the camp celebration included beer and Beatles music, specifically Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds.
I mean, this woman is
dangerous,
ladies and gentlemen.
Just over 50 years ago in Ethiopia, paleontologist Donald Johansen unearthed Lucy, an ancient human relative who lived more than 3 million years ago. Now another group of scientists have found new clues about what life was like in Lucy's time, including the surprising discovery of early tools dating back 3 million years. Brooke Silva Braga traveled to East Africa for a recent dig.
This is the Homa Peninsula in Kenya, on the edge of Lake Victoria. The East African Rift Valley is often called the cradle of humankind because so many of the oldest clues about our earliest days.
I screwed up. I mean, they are right next to each other. Is it so crazy for me to make that mistake?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's my bad. It's my bad.
Been preserved under its fertile volcanic soil. That list now includes the discoveries made by Tom Plummer and his team here at a site known as Nyanga.
It's still got, after 3 million years, you can feel the edge. The edge is still sharp.
Yeah,
you could still cut with that.
Yes. These so-called flakes, basically little knives, are believed to be some of the first tools ever used on Earth.
And there are cut marks on the hippo, so we know that they were actually butchering the hippo.
Plummer, an archaeologist at the City University of New York, showed us how they were made.
All right, there's a bigger one there.
Yeah, here we go. By hammering one stone against another.
Now what you can do, which you wouldn't be able to do before, is cut the meat off.
The blade-like flakes.
It's a pocket knife.
And the two pounding stones.
The pounding is tenderizing the meat.
Are known as the Oldowan toolkit.
And then, of course, it's also plant food, too.
A similar, even older cutting tool was also found in Kenya, but that technology apparently died out. So Plummer believes this tool, used by our pre-human ancestors known as hominins, is what paved the way for everything that followed.
So yeah, they are dating back even further. The use of human tools. Fascinating stuff. We've been evolving even longer than we think. How are we doing on time? I feel like I gotta wrap this up soon on the environmental app. Yeah, we gotta move. Gotta move, right? Actually, wait. My brain broken? No, I'm overshoot. Oh, no, I'm looking. What? Why am I interpreting that as being part of the environmental app? You know, let's listen to a little bit more of this. This is pretty interesting stuff.
Of technology, I think the Oldowan technology is probably the most important technological innovation that ever happened.
You think he fell out of a coconut tree? Who knows? Who knows?
In human history.
Now, you are a little biased, having devoted your life to the study of this, but that's still quite a thing to say.
Yeah.
Why so important?
It allowed hominins to access a whole array of foods that they would never have had access to before. Fueling body size increase, that's fueling brain size increase. There's a feedback loop that starts, and as you get more sophisticated hominins with bigger brains, they start doing more with technology. But I think that's all starting with the older one.
The search for these early artifacts has the look and intrigue of an Indiana Jones film. Finding the splintered rocks was one thing, but locating cut marks on nearby animal bones is what confirmed that butchery, and therefore technology itself, existed here nearly 3 million years ago.
Do you know what it is?
Yeah, it's a hippo bone.
It is a hippo
It's
bone.
a foot bone, yeah.
Oh, it's a hippo foot bone.
Right.
Blasto Onyango is basically the crew foreman. He's also a kind of local legend in the archaeological community. One of his first digs for the National Museums of Kenya helped uncover the Turkana boy, the most complete early hominin skeleton ever discovered.
It was excavated for like 4 or 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
That must have been exciting. And you saw more of the body every year.
Right, yeah. Different
Okay.
parts of the body, the ribs, the
Yeah.
foot bone.
Those type of miraculous finds are, of course, terribly rare. The daily work of archaeology involves searching through fine sand for small clues.
Like,
Okay. Oh.
it's a tooth. So
It's a tooth. Wait,
yeah.
we just found a tooth just right now?
Yeah, and I may find more.
Paleontology researcher Rose Nyaboke Juma is especially good at finding artifacts, though we were surprised to learn that's really just part of it.
Now this one almost looks like a flake to me, but it's not, or is it?
It's a bone.
It's a bone?
Yeah.
But okay. But hold on, none. This can't all be. This is what's this?
It's a bone.
It's a bone. Everything's
Yeah.
a bone.
It's a bone.
How can they all be bones? Where are you gonna put all these things?
Now the issue is we don't just pick anything. It has to have a paleontological meaning for it
so
to
I
be
got
picked.
I got a bone, but we don't really care about this bone.
Yeah, we tell it sorry.
Yeah, because it's probably a recent bone, dummy. That's why it's on the top of the ground. Things still have bones in the 21st century, as it turns out. It's okay, though. He's not an archaeologist. He's a reporter. He was super stoked. He was like, oh, hell yeah. So you're telling me I just made an archaeological discovery? And she was like, no, stupid. You just found a hyena bone. Good job. Oh, God. All right. Let's quickly go over to Asia. Talk about recent efforts to clean up beaches in Indonesia.
Education is really, really lacking when it comes down to...
They did not think about this line. They got like the biggest dude over here on the left, and then kind of a smaller dude on the far right.
Education is really, really lacking when it comes down to the plastic pollution problem. So our goal is to get people here on the ground. We've had so many local people coming today, some tourists, some hospitality workers, all wanting to do something about it and try to protect this beautiful island.
I really feel like the government needs to make a massive change towards this. Yeah, they need to be making this their priority. Because I know there's a lot of building going on, lots of foreigners moving in, which is great, but I mean, what are they? This is not a priority. This should be a massive priority.
There you go. Locals and tourists in Indonesia helping to try and clean up the massive amount of horrifying plastic and other waste on beaches. A task that, unless we stop using so much plastic, will continue to be necessary going on until, I don't know, humans are extinct. Although we keep talking about how we need to try and use as many alternatives to plastic as we can fucking find, because it's not a good thing to be using in the ways we've been using it. I'm not saying it's not an incredible discovery by humanity and doesn't help in some places that nothing else works. The fact is we're just using it for everything in places we don't need it. We replaced, all sorts of stuff with plastic we didn't need just because the industry wanted it, because it's a huge money-making industry.
rich white man.
All right, let's go slightly north to wrap up this environmental talk to Thailand. We're not going to leave the beach very far. We're going to go straight into the ocean.
Schools of juvenile fish seek sanctuary in the arms of a branching coral. It looks as if it's bursting with life. But look more closely. The coral's bleached, the living algae expelled from the hard shell by high water temperatures. This is a marine environment that's struggling to survive.
The coral reef is like a marine city. So you find everything. You have many living organisms, like animal, vegetal, and everything, and they create like a living dynamic, and this dynamic will create like a balance for life.
In April, record ocean temperatures caused a mass bleaching that hit 77% of the world's coral reefs. Seascapes of glaring white, where once there had been vibrant colour. Even the anemones were bleached, much to the concern of the fish that call them home. Now some of the colour has returned to the marine environment, seasonal currents carrying cooler waters, but temperatures are still too high.
God damn it.
Guillaume Brossard has been monitoring the reef on this part of Thailand's coast.
That's not what we need.
Despite some signs of recovery, in some areas...
I mean, this video was from last week, and that's not good, because we are in what should be the coldest, some of the coldest months of the year. It's still too warm for the coral to recover. And the recovery time is incredibly important between these bleaching events, right? If the coral reefs don't have enough time to recover, very soon it's going to be warm again in Thailand's oceans, and those already damaged corals are going to be in, you know, an even more precarious position. It's fucked.
More than half the coral is lost forever.
The dead part is completely dead, so it will not recover. But the coral around, you know, the still living coral, we can, you know, colonizate, you know, the dead part.
And the reef isn't just struggling against the impact of global warming. Marine biologists here say the coral is not only fighting to survive against the bleaching from the high temperatures of the water, but it's also fighting against pollution and mass tourism.
Yep. Yep, unfortunately, because of their beauty and other things, humans want to see reefs in person a lot. And just generally speaking, you know, there's in Thailand there's all sorts of boats and other things going over the reefs, and we just are not making it easy for them to survive right now. We could at least remove some of these factors, but we're not doing a super good job of that. As long as tourists can still flock there, it'll be fine. Yep, that'll be fine. Okay. Second space intermission. That's right. It's time for another space break. If you haven't already, remember to hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon too, so you don't miss any of that sweet, sweet galactic content. And if you do enjoy this galactic content, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways for you to contribute. Super chats, super stickers, memberships now, which come along with all sorts of great stuff, badges, emotes, you know, and we got Twitch, as we always always have. Cash App, PayPal, if you just want to give me money and not get benefits like emotes or no ads or whatever else. But that would be crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy.
Because you could get the maximum number of space benefits for your Earth dollars by becoming a patron on Patreon. That's right, Galactic patrons get a super sweet set of bennies. Avatar here on set with me, chilling at the pool or the bar or the lake. You can have your own galactic yacht in the lake. Just think about it. Also get shout-outs, exclusive content, and much, much more. Just $3 a month. Count them. Less than a cup of coffee. Alright, chat. All that stuff for you to think about here. It is time. Time for you to get back to your seat, space fans, because the galactic content's about to get started. Final half, here it comes. Three halves per show. That's right. You get an extra half every show. It's the kind of work I put in here. Not 2 halves, 3 halves. Every show. At least 3. That's how we do. Alrighty then. Where should we start? I suppose, before we get to Earth news, we better start in space, where a hugely historic event happened earlier on New Year's Eve, essentially, and data should be coming in. Really, I think it's already been coming in now.
After anxiously waiting for a signal for several days, NASA finally got confirmation that its solar probe was safe and that the mission was a success. The Parker Solar Probe made history by surviving the closest ever approach to the Sun, coming within 6.1 million kilometers of its surface on Christmas Eve.
Sitting and watching the seconds tick down to see when Parker was going to be back in range, and getting those first couple of hits from the Deep Space Network was just incredible. Like, you know, the anxiety of, oh my gosh, did it make it? Did it survive?
To endure temperatures up to 1,000 degrees.
Now, the engineering feat that was done here was truly incredible. Is the closest that we've ever been to the Sun. Now, the phrase "touch the Sun" is a little misleading because we're technically the satellite itself was about 6 million kilometers, and I'm actually rounding down, being generous. 6 million kilometers away from the actual surface of the Sun. I guess it's sort of complicated because it's a ball of gas. But yeah. It actually gets hotter for some distance past like the actual like sun. Actually, it's hotter than the surface of the Sun, supposedly. It's all very fascinating. But the data we are going to receive from this satellite should, in fact, illuminate questions we have about the Sun and what it does. It is big AF. No, you're right. You're right about that. All right. Now, I don't know if you had a chance while we were on that second break to get yourself a snack. Sometimes I am feeling a little hungry and I need a snack. And one good way to be able to get a snack while watching this might be to order pizza.
Is it? How many?
400.
That is not possible.
Okay.
If you're asking yourself why are you talking about pizza and then we're randomly watching some Game Changer episode, you will see. You'll see. Don't you worry. It'll all make sense later. The reason she asked that question is because earlier in this episode, Izzy essentially, this whole game is about like wagering stuff, right? Well, not this particular episode of the game changes every time. That's what it's called, Game Changers. But in this particular episode of Game Changers, they basically have to wager on things that they don't know. And she wagered 8 hours of basically staying after the set, after it's over, just on set for no. Truly incredible. So brave. Sometimes you're hungry and, you know, you will not be deterred. That's life. That's life. Easy AF? I mean, for some, easy AF. For others, a nightmare. You know, the potential for social... so, what's it called? social embarrassment, the anxiety of making someone else feel awkward. I think it's about your personality. How many times? Oh, she got all 15 hungies. All of the hungies. And then I wish I should have gotten this clip, because this clip definitely exists. But after the episode, because Izzy agreed to stay 8 hours after the show, it's just most of the lights on set off and her just laying on her back on her phone eating from like 5 different boxes of pizza, and it's hilarious. Honestly, that episode makes me a little hungry. Quite hungry. Alright, let's go to this perhaps predictable little get-together. Happened on Earth in Argentina. Oh, so good to see you, buddy. Oh, I haven't seen you in so long, but I could kiss you right now. I don't know if that's what he said. I'm fake translating. Now, if you're wondering who this guy is over here next to old Javier Milei, the Argentinian Donald Trump, this guy is Venezuela's, I wouldn't call him Venezuela's Trump, but he's hoping to be. This is the guy who is this is Edmundo Morales, I think is his name. He is the opposition leader in Venezuela who Nicolas Maduro accused of attempting to steal the election. There was some contentious stuff over the election in Venezuela earlier in 2024. This guy is claiming to be president of Venezuela and came down, hang out with Javier Milei. To prove it, I guess? I don't know. Alright, now let's go to Europe, where stuff has been going on. Things have been getting real weird. Real awkward. Tech companies, they're not just bothering us in the United States. Really, these tech companies are bothering people everywhere because they are multinational. They are international companies. People like Amazon, who faced some pretty uncomfortable questions recently in the UK.
If Amazon's such a great place to work, as you've said, that's what you hear time and time again from your team.
Yeah,
why
supposedly
have your team in Coventry gone on strike so much?
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, it's a good question.
It's important to note that we absolutely support their right to do
do you?
That hasn't answered the question. Excuse me, I've obviously we've sat here for quite a while now. I feel like I might need to get lessons from you both at some point in how to not answer the question that was asked.
Oh.
If you're that good an employer that you've explained to us so far, why have your workers in Coventry gone on strike so much?
I think they're executing their rights, as we absolutely.
They're just executing their rights.
I've shared some.
That makes sense. They're just protesting because they can. Okay, freedom. Come on. It's not because they're upset.
As we absolutely protect their ability to do. I've shared some data around that building about how employees are telling us it's a great place to work. What I would love to do is invite you, sir, to come and see the building
I
yourself.
really apologise for interrupting you. My question was why. You haven't answered why. You've told me that, again, it's a great place to work and you've got all this data and I'd love to come and see what you do. Yes, but why? That's the one thing you haven't answered yet, which is the question I actually asked you. Why?
I think that's a good moment for me to, again, extend the invitation.
Oh my God.
But it's a good moment for you to not... Oh, sorry.
Oh my God, you're right. He does look like Jimmy Carr, like a young, slightly less together Jimmy Carr, but holy shit.
Answered yet, which is the question I actually asked you. Why?
I can't unsee it now.
I think that's a good moment for me to, again, extend the invitation.
But it's a good moment for you to not... No, sorry, I'm really sorry. I'm going to really push this point.
Okay.
It's a great opportunity for you to not answer my question. If you are such a great place to work, and I'd like to congratulate you, said you won an award recently on being a great place to work.
Yay.
If you're that great a place to work, why have your workers in Coventry gone on strike so much?
Our employees have the right to join a trade union or not to join a trade union, and we totally respect that.
I'm pulling teeth at this point.
We totally
Neither of you answer that question so far.
Great.
I'll ask it once more.
Yeah.
I'll ask it once more and then I'll give up because I don't think I'm going to get an answer. Why have they gone on strike so much? What is the reason behind it? You talk to workers every day, you've told us, and that's what your teams do. So when you ask them, why are you going on strike? What's their answer?
Thanks,
back?
Jeff, for the
why
question.
Are they striking?
They were demonstrating their right to support the trade union.
Jesus Christ.
Simply put.
This is pathetic.
Oh, sorry. Supporting a trade union isn't a legal reason for people to go on strike. What was the legal reason that they went on strike, as set out in the paperwork that needs to be supplied to the employer in the relevant notice period?
You mean the ballot for strike action?
Yes, that's right. What was the legal reason?
Yes.
There are multiple scenarios over the recognition attempts that the GMB has made.
We're not talking about recognition. We're talking about the 37 days of industrial action at BHX4 in Coventry. Paperwork needs to be supplied to the employer that lists the reason for strike action. What was the reason given for strike action on those 37 days in answer to my colleague's question?
Mr. Morgan?
Wow.
Please repeat the question.
In order to take industrial action, a union needs to win a ballot. In order to have a legal ballot, they need to supply to the employer some paperwork that lists the reason, and it needs to be a legal reason. Supporting their union is not a legal reason. There needs to be a legal reason as to why they wish to take strike action for that ballot to go ahead and be lawful and not be challenged in the courts. What was the legal reason on the paperwork supplied to you why your workers at Coventry BHX4 went on strike?
That's one I would be willing to write back on. I don't have the information.
Oh, yay. She's willing to write back.
We have been
that is very generous of her.
Years working.
She's willing. Did you hear that? She's willing to write back. The generosity of this Amazon representative, Miss Kearney.
That's one I would be willing to write back on. I don't have the information top of mind, or I can't recall it. We have been, over the series of 2 years, working with the GMB through this process. So we have responded back and forth for several claims, several allegations, I would say, that simply we don't recognize. So please let me come back on that one.
Okay, Mr. Morgan, you don't know why the people went on strike? I think, just to reinforce Jennifer's point, that we'll write back on that. I don't have that detailed point.
Okay.
You're required to be open with us as a committee. You're sure?
Oh my God, that felt like a threat. He's like, you're legally required to be open with this. Legally speaking,
Required to be open with us as a committee. You're sure you don't want to lay out why the people went on strike now? I guess I fully understand our responsibilities as in front of the committee.
These businesses are such cowards. They know perfectly well why workers are striking. We probably know. I have not looked into this BHX4 strike, but I'm pretty sure we can all guess. Like, there's like a list of like 5 or 6 very, very well-known things about what Amazon does to its employees. And I find it kind of disgusting that they sat there obfuscating and prevaricating on all of this rather than just being forthcoming. No. I can't remember. I don't recall. Sorry, that's my bad. We'll write back to you when I get my notes in front of me. There's no way I could possibly remember without them. Now, there is, well, not another company, but a very, very wealthy individual who has been sort of running around the United States recently after having received, well, the title, if you will, of First Buddy, after having spent $250 million on the most recent presidential election in the United States. Elon Musk has, well, he's basically given himself ideas. He's like, you know what? Why limit myself to just the United States? I could take over Europe, for fuck's sake. Why am I not just king of the world?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
So, he's trying.
Elon Musk is being accused of spreading misinformation in the United Kingdom after a barrage of jabs on his social media platform X, targeting the British Prime Minister and his government. CBC's Anna Cunningham has more from London.
Elon Musk is calling for the King to dissolve the British Parliament and hold new elections, and he has directly attacked Prime Minister Keir Starmer. In this post, Musk says Starmer was complicit in the rape of Britain when he was head of the Crown prosecution for 6 years. Musk adding that Starmer must go and he must face charges for his complicity in the worst mass crime in the history of Britain. Now, what Elon Musk is referring to is Starmer's time as chief state prosecutor in England and Wales, which did coincide with a child grooming scandal. Musk accuses Starmer of failing to prosecute those gangs involved, and he repeated calls for a national inquiry. But just one note on that, there have since been some prosecutions. Elon Musk, though, not stopping there. He's also voiced his support for Stephen Yaxley Lennon, known as Tommy Robinson. He is the far-right.
Wow, this guy is such garbage. I swear to God. And I'm not here to comment on the Keir Starmer thing. I mean, that shit is fucked, right? But it's really more about the fact that Elon Musk thinks that he gets to dictate politics in every country on the planet because he's the richest man on the planet. And this is why we need to do whatever we can to stop billionaires from existing, so they can't have the kind of influence that Elon Musk has, or even have the sense that you have that kind of an influence. Like, it's out of control. You're not king of the world, Elon, and you need to stop. You need to stop running around doing all this stuff. But I just want to skip to the end of this. Yeah, because this is hilarious. But the fact that he's defending Tommy Robinson, a guy who's got some very similar sort of story stuff that's actually probably, I'm not going to make a judgment on which one of them is worse, but oh boy, there's a weird dichotomy there, weird distinction to be making, Elon, on all this. But if you missed this story earlier in 2024 when we were talking about, I think it was, God, was it last? No, I think it was more than, I think it was like October. I can't remember when it happened. But he did promise the Reform UK Party, formerly UKIP, the sort of engineers, the unelected engineers of Brexit. Now, of course, there are some Reform people in government now. Nigel Farage, I believe, is, I think he got, a parliamentary seat. But he didn't get to be prime minister. He's lost those elections every time he's tried. But Elon Musk loves Nigel Farage, and certainly at least his ideology, sort of nationalist, anti-brown people sort of vibes. He's big into that, among other sort of qualities. Where's my sound? That, I guess, Elon sees in Nigel Farage, but all of this stuff he's been saying recently on Twitter is making things a little awkward in that arena.
That Musk's attack on the government's handling of grooming gangs is misjudged and certainly misinformed. Musk's comments, though, have proved rather awkward for Nigel Farage, the leader of the UK's Reform Party. He's distanced himself from those comments about Tommy Robinson. And Farage had previously been cozying up to Elon Musk. There was talk about a potential large financial donation to his Reform Party, but for now, Musk's comments have gone a step too far, even for Nigel Farage. Anna Cunningham, CBC News, London.
Oh no, they've gone a step too far. Even Nigel Farage is having second thoughts about that $100 million. Good God. But of course, Elon, like I mentioned, he has bigger goals than just the United States or the UK. It's the world. He wants to be king of the world, and for us to all recognize him as the god genius that he believes himself to be. And so he set his eyes on Germany and has started funding the far right, some might call Nazi-adjacent AfD here in Germany, Deutschland. The crucial thing is that Mr. Musk has supported a partly right-wing extremist party, and as you can see, it's not only acting in this direction in this country, and that is something we can not only disagree with, I reject that. Uh-oh. Pissing off Olaf Scholz in Germany. Playing king everywhere is gonna get you in trouble at some point, I think, Elon. I think if he pisses off enough countries, I do feel like something could happen behind the scenes Elon isn't prepared for. Oh, God. There we go. Elon Musk funding Nazi-adjacent parties in Germany. How exciting. By the way, if you don't believe the AfD is Nazi-adjacent, just go look for some of the weird videos that have come out about them. Ah, boy, how are we doing? Doing fine on time. Let's go here. Oh boy, stream's about to get less fun. About to get less fun for a while. I'm afraid things in a certain portion of the world just haven't been super fun. A lot of bad stuff going on. Let's go to Ukraine. See what's been going on there. Send him to Ireland. What, you have a plan? You got a plan? If he gets sent to Ireland, you gonna do some sort of a Irish welcome? So yeah, this is the aftermath, as you can see, of a strike on residential buildings in Kyiv. Russia has been doing strikes this year. This one was from 3 days ago.
All right. And, well, those strikes have not deterred Ukraine whatsoever, it would seem, as Ukraine is stepping up its offensive in the Kursk region, in western Russia, place that they have been fighting over the last few months.
Ukrainian forces have launched attacks against Russian positions in the Kursk region. Ukrainian troops reportedly used heavy artillery, armoured vehicles and infantry during the assault northeast of the small town of Sudzha. The offensive comes as Russia intensifies efforts to push Ukrainian forces from their foothold in Kursk, which Kyiv sees as potential leverage in future peace talks. Let's go live now to Jonah Hull. He's in Kharkiv for us. So, Jonah, what are the Ukrainians saying about this latest offensive in Kursk?
Well, the General Command of the Ukrainian military has confirmed that this operation is ongoing. Of 42 battlefield clashes, they said, initiated at the beginning, 12 are still ongoing. They don't make any claims to specific territorial gains at the moment, and nor are they making public their objectives. But it does seem pretty clear that what they'll be trying to do in this Kursk region is consolidate, at least, possibly expand the Russian territory that they hold, that they've held since a surprise advance back in August last year. Since then, and more recently, they have lost some 40 to 50% of that territory to Russian counterattacks backed by North Korean forces. President Zelensky has made perfectly clear just how important he sees holding on to this territory as being. He believes that it is symbolic, a sign that Russia can be beaten.
All right. Now, I do have more to talk about, but not with Ukraine. That's it for Eastern Europe today. Now it's time to go to the Middle East, where things are still going on as well. These two conflicts have been going on for way too fucking long. It is just... it's out of control. In time for January 20th, I assume you're referring to their attempt to hold on to the Kursk region? Because, yeah, once Donald Trump comes in, he's going to try and force, supposedly, Russia and Ukraine to the bargaining table, which will almost undoubtedly wind up being bad for Ukraine unless Donald Trump has some sort of a sudden change of heart. Oh yeah, it's getting late. But we gotta keep going through this. So let's go here. So this was 15 hours ago, discussing the aftermath of another Israeli strike on a residential building in Gaza. What's new?
We pulled out flesh and remains, and there are still more trapped under the rubble. These are people who have no ties to resistant fighters or anything. We are here on the border of the conflict area, but now it is considered a red zone. They attack us every day now with missiles and bombs dropped by drones among the people. Everyone is at risk of being bombed at any moment.
You know, the fact is, I hate to say it, but I feel like I'm running out of words for all of this. I feel like I've said every word that I have to say. You know, like, and not to say that like I've lost sympathy for it. What I'm talking about is that I genuinely feel like a broken record. I don't know how many times I've said This is an unjustifiable travesty, human fucking, like atrocity, war crime, genocide, ethnic cleansing. I've said all those things like, what, 50 times in the last year? Maybe these guys can say it better for me today.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. We turn now to Gaza, where Israel continues to intensify its attacks, killing at least 35 Palestinians since dawn. Authorities report more than 70 killings over the last 24 hours, including in al-Mawasi, a region that Israel designated a so-called humanitarian safe zone. As Israel's relentless war on Gaza enters its 15th month, we turn now to a film that's been shortlisted for this year's Oscars, From Ground Zero, a collection of 22 short films made in Gaza by Palestinian filmmakers surviving Israel's bombings. This is the film's trailer.
Isn't this tragic?
As you can see, we're picking up flour and sand. That's all we have left to do. We pick up whatever we find on the ground. We have to eat.
22 extraordinary stories.
There are always drones making a buzzing sound. They are always above our heads when we sleep, study, dance.
From 22 Palestinian filmmakers.
Mom wrote on my arm, if they bomb us and kill us, we'll be identified from our names written on our bodies.
Living through war.
I was targeted 3 times in 24 hours. The first time, my cousin and I were returning from Camp 5. They attacked the house and we were buried in the wreckage.
Musab, who's next to you? Khalid? Is he dead?
Yes.
Believe me, my friend, I had a beautiful life in a beautiful city.
We want to laugh, rejoice, sing and express our emotions. Yes, there are bombings and destruction and many other things that take us back to zero, but that only increases our challenge to overcome.
Today, I want to tell you a story. Are you ready?
Our greatest loss was not being able to see the film in front of the audience on the big screen.
No to injustice, no to violence, no to the violation of human rights. No to everything that goes against humanity, joy, life. No to everything that destroys our hopes.
That's the trailer for From Ground Zero, which has been shortlisted for the 2025 Oscars, along with 2 other Palestinian films, No Other Land and An Orange from Jaffa. The film is being released nationwide in the United States today. It made news recently when the acclaimed documentary filmmaker Michael Moore, Oscar-winning filmmaker Michael Moore, joined as executive producer. We go now to France, where we're joined by Rashid Masharawi, renowned Palestinian filmmaker originally from Gaza, who curated and directed From Ground Zero. This is an astounding collection, Rashid. I spent the night watching it and then watching it again. It is so deeply moving. Explain, not often do you see a director called the curator. Explain what you did.
Hi. Yes, usually as a film director from Gaza, usually I am doing my own film. But this time for me, the situation was different. The images was different. The size of the massacre, the killing, we never witnessed something like this. So then I decided, okay, my coming film or my next film will be made by filmmakers from Gaza, just to give the chance to 22 filmmakers to tell their own stories, their own daily life, to get closer to the details, because I believe these people must share their own stories with the world. At the same time, we are filmmakers. We are trying to make cinema, to deal with art, with culture. In spite of all what happened, we were trying to search for hope. Yes.
I want to go to another clip. We played the trailer, but this is a clip of the short film Sorry Cinema, featured in From Ground Zero, where the director Ahmed Hassouna is fleeing for his life after an Israeli strike near his home in Gaza.
Now my life has become a different kind of marathon. Now I am running to save my family's lives, my own life. I run, hoping to find food and drink for my children, who flee the bombings from one house to another.
Ahmad, are you okay? Where are you? Get out of there. Are you okay? Come.
I struggle to endure the things I see and hear. Everything that is happening to us, everything we are going through. I have just lost my older brother in a random bombing next to his house. What? The whole tower collapsed. At that moment, I felt death catching up with us. Our only chance of survival was luck. Our only chance of escaping the rubble, the bombing houses, the ruins of the city. Nowhere in Gaza is safe, especially in the north, where I currently live. Here, no humanitarian aid, nor rescue, nor civil protection arrives. All that comes are bombs, fear, stress, and insecurity.
Talk about Ahmed Hassouna's story, Rashid.
Yes, Ahmed, he was known in Gaza before the war that he's a cinephile. He's all his life spent after watching film, searching about films, trying to make films in Gaza, from Gaza. And all the time he was looking for an opportunity to make his new film. During the war, I contacted Ahmed and I told him, join me in my project From Ground Zero. Be one of these filmmakers. This is your chance, because I'm going to show these films internationally and worldwide. And immediately he said, no, I don't want to make a film, Rashid. He said, I am trying to save my family. I am searching for wood to make a fire, to cook for the family. We are moving every day from one place to another. And just a few days ago, I lost my older brother. So I don't want to make a film. Sorry for you. Sorry for the cinema, Rashid.
By the way, I just want to point this out to you. It's hard to cut this story up because of how powerfully emotional it is, and honestly, it's incredibly relevant. Not, maybe not for the best reasons, but because of the fact that it's going to be at the fucking Oscars. But the fact is that most filmmakers, you as a director, like, I'm not a director, but like, a director comes to a filmmaker, that filmmaker is going to want to say, hell yeah, I want to make a film, right? Almost always, unless something incredibly bad or good is going on, so that it makes it impossible for them to do that film, right? Because it's hard to make a film. It costs a ton of money, so having someone approach you, like a well-known director, to ask you to make a film, pretty huge. But yeah, like somebody in chat just said, can't make a film, busy trying not to die right now.
Help! I'm being repressed.
And it's just, fuck, I'm honestly just glad that they managed to make all this happen.
And I was shocked from his answer, because I know his love to cinema. And then 2-3 weeks later, I get back to him and I say, Ahmed, let's make what you told me in our conversation. Let's make a film about a filmmaker from Gaza. He have no time to make cinema because he's trying to save his life. Show us something from your previous films. Show us your daily life and show us how you are going to make it to say sorry for the cinema. And then we agree and we come with this film, the one that everybody watching now, Sorry Cinema. I think people must know, beside all these people whose martyrs we talk about, it's been more than 50,000 now. Most of them are innocent. Most of them are people who is really searching for life. People like Ahmed Hassouna, he want to be a filmmaker. And from ground zero, we have many people who want to be a painter, want to be stand-up comedy. They want to be dancers. I mean, people like any other people in the world trying to manage their own dreams. And I was interested in these people to tell the stories, the normal stories, the real life under all this massacre and genocide.
You were born and raised in Gaza, Rashid Masharawi. Through the making of this film, you also witnessed the destruction of your home, your reflections as you tried to encourage these filmmakers. They'd be in the middle of a film, they'd lose a family member, they'd lose many members of their family, talking to you about not being able to go on.
Yeah. Yes, it means for me it was logical and normal that I will be involved in from ground zero as a Gazayan. All my family are in Gaza now, and as you say, we lost many people from my family, and we lost our houses. I lost all the neighborhood where all my memory, my school, my childhood games, friends for sure, neighbors for sure, and many things. But still, you know, I'm someone known as I always optimistic. I'm always adding hope. I believe in cinema, in art. I trust cinema, you know, because I think cinema should play the role that it's playing in From Ground Zero. Cinema for justice, you know, cinema for humanity, cinema just to remind the world all the time, we are all humans. We are the same. We have the same dreams. Many people was killed because they were in Gaza at this location, at this time, and they have nothing to do with what's going on. Women's and kids and old people. Okay, we know what happened in 7 October. We know when Hamas get out and they attack and they hostage people and they kill people and they arrest people. Me, myself, I know also many, many massacres that the Israelis did before 7 October. This struggle, it started more than 77 years ago, before 1948. And we have, as Palestinians, we have to keep telling our stories. We have to fight to make good cinema also, and to share all these stories with the world. I am very happy that these films are now crossing the US, showing in many cinemas, and I will be very happy when many people just go and watch, because it...
Yeah, so I recommend you find a way to watch this film. I haven't yet managed to do it myself, but I am planning to find a way myself to do it at some point here. From Ground Zero is the name of the film. Write that down. Now here's a piece of tragic cinema. Two of the most difficult videos. Just utterly tragic videos. And the fact is, what makes it even more tragic than the actual content of the videos is that these two videos are coming once again from the AP archive, a YouTube channel where videos go to die, where the Associated Press makes some sort of a editorial decision that this shit isn't that important, And so we're going to watch two videos that both got less than 200 views. Less views than this stream has gotten already. Perhaps combined. I'm not even sure. I'm not keeping track of how many views we have at this point. But it really frustrates me when they put stories like this here rather than just post them to the regular channel. I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Me, my tent, my children swimming inside the tent. I take everything out to the street. We are dead inside. We're not alive. We're not living. Why is this happening? Enough. We are unable to bear it. Find a solution for us. What more are you waiting for? That we all die? Throw nuclear weapons at us so that we will all end up and die, or leave us to live. Find a solution for us, O presidents, O world, for God's sake. Find a solution for us. It is enough. You see how long will we remain in this torment? In the summer, there was intense heat and we could bear it. But in the winter we are drowning and we are unable to bear that. Chomsky gets frustrated. Well, the AP does a bunch of things that are frustrating. I mean, it's just a fact. Why even get this footage if you're not going to put it on the regular channel? For dickheads like me to complain about you like burying these kinds of shit? I mean, come on. Life is difficult. I am 53 years old and I've never been as tired as I have been this last year and this year. We come from good families and once had homes, but they threw us away like this. No one cares about us. And no one even gives us a piece of nylon to cover our tent.
أنا غرقت بسبح في خيمتي بتسبح أغراب.
Just look at the conditions. It's insane. This is the longer version of the video, by the way. I just watched the first one first because it had subtitles on it, and this one doesn't. It's just the visual images of this fucking horror show. By the way, don't forget, while watching these fucking images, that most of these refugee tent camps are directly adjacent to garbage dumps now, and basically open-air sewers. Right? Like, we were talking about it all summer, how there was festering garbage and sewage just littering the area next to these camps because there's no infrastructure to get rid of all of this stuff. They don't have the, you know, the necessary tools and stuff to get to at least, you know, like put it far enough underground where they are. Because, I mean, think about it, like the amount of excavation that would be necessary. I mean, come on. So just remember that, like, these fucking kids are basically probably walking through what is a combination of mud and sewage. These are just children trying to live their lives. Families. Just trying to not die.
طفح الكيل مش قادرين نتحمل يعني حلونا يا عم حلونا ايش بدكم اكثر من هيك يعني نموت كلنا يا بترموا علينا نو ونخلص كلنا.
Sorry, I'm going to skip past this because once again we don't have the translations. it's fucking horrifying. And while all of this is going on up in Israel, what is this guy's job? I can't remember now. It's not the foreign minister. What is this dude's job? I think he's an IDF spokesperson. Whatever this dude's name job is. Israelis are up here threatening to collapse the ceasefire with Lebanon, which of course only was supposed to last 60 days as it is. So, I mean, it just seems like they're trying to get a jump on what they're planning on doing in 15 days. Israel is interested in the implementation of the agreement but without compromise. Oh, sorry. Whoops. Shut the fuck up, asshole. Sorry. Israel is interested in the implementation of the agreement in Lebanon and will continue to enforce it fully. Even, that's fantastic. You're going to enforce it fully? Are you going to enforce it on yourselves? Because you've broken it multiple times. On the first day of the agreement, Israel broke the very agreement that he's claiming they want to uphold, I think at least a dozen times. And without compromise. Oh, that's good. That's good.
Aren't I a good guy?
To ensure the safe return of the residents of the north to their homes. But the first condition for the implementation of the agreement is the complete withdrawal of the terrorist organization Hezbollah and the dismantling of all weapons and the thwarting of the terrorist infrastructure in the area by the Lebanese army. Something that hasn't happened yet. If this condition is not met, there will be no agreement. And Israel will be forced to act on its own to ensure the safe return of the residents of the north to their homes. We will not allow the creation of a renewed threat to the northern communities of Israel. By the way, this guy's the defense minister, so most of this is sort of his decisions in many ways. It's fucking horrifying, dude. This is fucking horrifying. Who's gonna put a stop to this shit? Donald Trump? All right. Let's go to Syria real quick, because we haven't talked about them enough recently, mostly because streams have been going so long we've had to end them unsurreptitiously. Let's go here. This is just AP archive footage from a few days ago showing the HTS soldiers who are attempting to maintain security at the border of Syria. No translations, but just I wanted to watch this to give you a sense of what they're trying to do right now to maintain order in their country. This is footage of Syrian rebels. Oh, sorry. We received information from the residents that are here are more members of former regime and that they were sorry, hold on. This is going way too fast. We received information from residents there are members of former regime militias here who refuse to give up their weapons and are terrorizing residents. Therefore, since early morning and following the instructions of the leadership and the military operations command, members arrest... It's moving so goddamn fast. And following the instructions of the leadership in the military operations administration, we followed the members, arrested them, and transferred them to the relevant departments. Well, seems about right. So yeah, that was soldiers, HTS soldiers attempting to essentially verify claims of former al-Assad regime soldiers learn Arabic. Yeah, that's a good point. I'll get right on that. I'll be able to learn that soon. I'm sure it won't take me any time at all. Alright, this was from 16 hours ago. Last story, technically, on Syria, although we have one more here. It's more of a joke story. Oh, wait, sorry, we have two. We have two. I take it back. We gotta go to this. This is from 2 days ago. This was fucking horrifying. This is apparently drone footage over Damascus, the southern, I think a southern neighborhood in Damascus, where it is claimed, because there's been really no ability for reporters to get here, this is essentially believed to be the work of the al-Assad regime. As you can see, the damage is complete. The only things that aren't destroyed are what appear to be mosques and like religious sites. Literally everything else is destroyed. Like I look at photos of destruction all day long, and this is some of the most complete fucking destruction that I have seen the last year I've been doing this. Like this is utterly insane. I don't know what it looked like before, but holy fuck. It looks like an ashtray. I don't mean to be insensitive about it. That's just the first thing that comes to mind. It just looks, it's like less than rubble. It's just gravel. I don't know what Bashar al-Assad had against that particular neighborhood in southern Damascus, but it would seem he had some serious beef with them and just decided to completely flatten the region. Stuff like that makes videos like this make a lot of sense. This is a video of the largest statue of Bashar al-Assad's father. What's his name again? I can't remember his name. Hafez. Supposedly in Syria. And you can see this too has been toppled to the ground. It seems like all Bashar and father, pretty much anything Ba'ath Party related, is getting exodized from the country. Exodist? Exodized? Oh, no, I think I just made that verb up. Okay. Now this story is probably going to be annoying to some people. I know it was annoying for me to listen to. Oh god, this was so dumb. You know, we use Forbes breaking news a lot, which is why I felt it necessary to watch this, honestly, just to remind people just how garbage they actually are. Sure, are they a clip factory that provides me with necessary content? Yes. Yes, that's true. They do that. But they're a massively problematic organization. I struggle to call them journalists basically all days. Although they claim to be a journalistic organization. Steve Forbes certainly thinks of himself as a fucking journalist. He's just a hack. But this was fascinating. Forbes breaking news decided to have on an expert for discussion of the war on terror. We're going to talk about that expert in a second. But first, let's hear what this expert has to say. I wouldn't want to be closed-minded. I'm sure this is all very, very credible.
A horrific scene really unfolded in New Orleans just a few hours after New Year's Eve celebrations kicked off. A man rammed his truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street, killing at least 14 people and injuring over 30 people in what is being called an act of terrorism. The truck the suspect used to carry out the attack was found with IEDs, weapons, and an ISIS flag. When you see all of these emerging details, what sticks out to you?
Well, I think the first thing that we need to acknowledge is that the war on terror was declared to be over, some maybe 6 or even 10 years
Is it over? Really?
It's premature. The threat posed by
who said it was over?
As we would call it, Sunnis making up roughly 80% of the Muslim world. It hasn't gone away, and so whether it's ISIS or Al Qaeda, the threat persists. The ideology remains. Thankfully,
Yeah, ISIS, that stuff is like an ideology. I mean, basically, practically doesn't exist anymore, right? Fact is the United States is stationed in Syria to make sure that they don't come back, right? And all the other sort of ISIS pop-ups seem to be sort of just people who found an ISIS, what do you call it? Manifesto online and was like, I'm kind of into this, and decided to do some shit about it. But like, the actual existence of the group ISIS, it's such a flimsy, practically broke and incredibly just like a shadow of its former self, even though it's never really been all that, what do you call it? Oh, I can't think of the word. But it's fascinating that this guy is all worried about Al Qaeda and
very small
ISIS.
Minority interpretation of the faith, but it is.
Even though the guy who did this terrorist attack in the United States wasn't actually ISIS. I mean, he was from the United States. He was in the army, and he hadn't even been in the Middle East for I think it had been in quite a while, years, because he was out. Unlike the I'm sorry, it was the New Orleans guy, right, with the ISIS flag, because the Las Vegas guy didn't have an ISIS flag. Unlike the Las Vegas guy who was active duty, this guy was off. He was no longer active in the service.
Significant, and we know that ISIS still exists in pockets of the Middle East and in Africa. We know the same about
tiny pockets.
And now, in fact, we've seen an Al Qaeda group take over an entire country.
Really? Which country?
Syria.
Oh,
just conquered Syria from the Assad.
I see. So this guy.
Yeah, really.
This guy's just, even though HTS has been vehemently clear about this fact that they are not affiliated with ISIS, even though some of its members were formerly in ISIS, including its founding member. It's been quite a while since he was in ISIS. Has been working on this other project for quite some time. Apparently HTS is just Al-Qaeda to this guy. All right, fine. Who's this guy? Jonathan Schanzer, American author and senior vice president of research at, what's this? The Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Ooh, that sounds like a highfalutin sort of very, justice-focused place. Defense of Democracies. What is this? Oh, it's a non-profit 501c3 neoconservative think tank that, I see. So you're telling me that Steve Forbes is actually on the board of directors. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay, now it all checks out. I see why this guy's on here. This fucking hack who's here to tell us about how Al-Qaeda just took over Syria. Okay, thanks, pal. Really appreciate your input. Did you call Steve, or did Steve call you? How did that go? Was it email? Was it email chain or something? Someone out to the whole think tank, or... Are you special? It does seem special. Fascinating. I gotta say, there is something the right wing does very well. Internally, if you will, within the ranks, they know how to work together. They know how to network with one another. They really do a great job of sort of, you know, all of that sort of glad handing and like, you rub my back, I'll rub yours. You pad my pockets, I'll pad yours. Don't worry about facts. Just get out here and tell us some stuff that we want to hear about how terrorism is a big threat. We gotta do some stuff about it right the fuck now. Not homegrown terrorism. ISIS, Al-Qaeda. That's what we need to worry about. That's number one threat. Speaking of the number one threat to the Middle East, a few days ago, the United States decided to bomb Yemen. The capital of Yemen, actually. Sorry, I didn't mean to imply that Yemen's the number one threat. I meant the United States. There we go. Continuing to be the number one threat to the Middle East. Bombing a sovereign country that we're supposedly not at war with. Totally fine. No big deal.
Illegal.
Hush. It's not helpful. It's not helpful to the narrative.
Illegal.
I wonder if Donald Trump will stop all these senseless bombings in the Middle East. The anti-war president, as we keep being told by some group of strange people. Oh wait, you said Donald Trump, you said these at the end. Oh, okay, never mind. One strange person. All right, let's go to Asia. We've got a few stories to talk about in Asia today as we continue our eastward shift. Let's go to Myanmar, where on Myanmar's Independence Day, thousands of prisoners were marked to be released. Now, of course, you know, Myanmar may be independent-ish, but, you know, it is run by a pretty brutal monarchy. So some people are more independent than others in Myanmar, big time. Now, let's go a little further east to North Korea. Oh, wait, I almost forgot. We gotta go. Wait. Shit. Bangladesh, right next door. I forgot about this. I think this was from before the New Year's? It's AP Archive. I can't be sure. I have to look at this, but I think this is like late December, like last week of December. So, as you know, probably if you've been watching this channel, Bangladesh has been having a months-long protest that began over a unfair quota system which benefited a certain political class in the country. Students were the first ones to start protesting, but then the movement spread across the entire country to seemingly everyone, almost. Now, what they are asking for here is for the current interim government, which which has been put in place after their prime minister ran away after the fall of the government. They are now asking for a prosecution under Bangladesh's law of the former prime minister and her, I guess, cronies, you might say. And I think they'll get it. They probably will get it, considering the guy that just got put in as interim prime minister. I guess we'll have to see what happens with that, but they are adamant about getting this. As you can see how many people were in the streets. Seems pretty unanimous. Although I don't pretend to speak for all Bangladesh people, but they seem to be speaking pretty good for themselves. Let's go further east now to North Korea.
China?
No, I said North Korea. It's a different country. This is from last week, where on the New Year, North Korea's government released a hot set of Kim Jong photos. Look at these photos. Hanging out, Kim Jong and daughter. I actually don't know her name. I just realized. Look at them being totally normal people on a completely deserted beach. Totally. What the fuck? Is this AI? What the fuck am I looking at? Totally normal photos. Just hanging out. Daddy, daughter, and the government in tow. Having a totally normal walk around a pool. Totally normal hangout in a hotel room. Here's a different hotel room, I guess. Or the same hotel room? I don't know. Hard to say. I don't honestly know what we're looking at. There's no context for it. It's just, look, here we are. Look at this table. This is a pretty sweet table, right? Yeah, actually, that's a pretty sweet table. Not gonna lie. There you go. Kim Jong and daughter living that North Korean dream. I didn't notice a lot of North Korean citizens for the photo op. It was just government people. I think it's, I think what they were actually looking at is some sort of new like tourist, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it's supposed to be a new tourist resort for North Korea, for all the tourists that come to North Korea, of course. Because, of course, so many people go to North Korea all the time. So easy to get into North Korea. You need a whole resort for it. Duh. Alright. You know, it's Sunday Fun Day. I'm just going to skip this fucking story. We don't need this. This is just too sad. Let's talk about what's been going on with President Yoon Suk-yeol of South Korea, a guy who's now been impeached formally by the government. And some weird stuff is now happening in the wake of that. So yeah, we talked about this when it was going on, like initially, like the original impeachment votes in South Korean Congress. But what I found fascinating is there's a huge number of people coming out here in support of Yoon Suk-yeol. This guy is practically crying out here, singing. So yeah, there's like some very large group of South Koreans who apparently love military law. They want it to go back to the 80s. They think martial law is good. They'd like it back, please. I guess it was really 60s and 80s. It wasn't really the 80s. I'm gonna end it in like 80. Whatever it was. But then there's a bunch of other people who come out and are who are quite critical. So there's like two different groups, equal sizes. It seems, that are either pro Yoon Suk Yeol or anti Yoon Suk Yeol, and it's a fascinating dichotomy. I'm not sure exactly on the numbers, but the size of the crowds looked pretty... It's hard to tell, honestly. These crowds in South Korea, they're so serious about protesting out there. They fill the streets so much. It is really hard to tell how many people you're looking at. But if I'm not mistaken, I believe the Supreme Court also decided to agree with Congress's decision to impeach. But when police went to arrest... Actually, wait, hold on. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's let them start it off.
Developing news from South Korea now. Investigators have reportedly begun attempting to arrest the impeached president, Yoon Suk Yeol. Now, you've got some live pictures to bring you now. Approximately 3,000 police officers from 47 squads have been deployed in front of the presidential residence. Yoon was suspended from his presidential powers last month after his short-lived declaration of martial law. Now, we've got Rob McBride, who's joining us on the phone now, live from Seoul with the latest. Rob, can you tell us what's going on right now?
Yeah, this Friday morning, this long-anticipated arrest warrant does now seem to be being executed by officers from the Corruption Investigation Office. This is one of the main agencies that is investigating Yoon Suk Yeol for this short-lived imposition of martial law for alleged possible offences of insurrection, abuse of power. This arrest warrant was issued on New Year's Eve, and this was after 3 failed attempts to get Yoon to appear to answer summonses for questioning from this squad of officers. They went to and took the unprecedented step of getting an arrest warrant, the first against a sitting South Korean president. He is suspended from office, he's impeached, but he is still technically the sitting president, and that is part of the problem, of course, because he still has presidential security service officers protecting him at his residence. So we've seen a standoff between officers from this Corruption Investigation Office and his own security detail. There was, for a time, a vehicle seemed to be parked in front of the gates. It does seem as though those negotiations have now concluded and that the arrest is moving on. We understand that officers and prosecutors are now inside when they will have to present the arrest warrant, read Yoon his rights, and then take him away for detention. But outside, we know there have been ongoing protests in anticipation of this taking place. Several hundred protesters have been outside despite the sub-zero temperatures over.
Yeah, so if you didn't quite catch that, it's not just his like personal like security detail that is preventing the impeachment, the arrest over this impeachment from taking place, even though an arrest warrant has been acquired by the police. It's also many of his supporters who are basically just placing themselves between his compound and the police that are trying to arrest him. This whole situation is wild. It is really, things are really falling apart over here in South Korea right now. It's fucking insane. So yeah, So there's some of that footage of protesters putting themselves between the police and the compound. We have more footage of that, I believe, where things got a little bit more heated. Yeah. Is this the one? South Korean authorities have failed to arrest impeached leader Yoon Suk-yeol after a long standoff. The Corruption Investigation Office, or CIO, eventually called off efforts to arrest Yoon. Hours earlier, investigators entered Yoon's compound to execute the arrest warrant. Inside the compound, the CIO and police were confronted by military troops. Oh, and the military's in there too. How good. Gotta get them in there. The troops are under the control of the Presidential Security Service. Oh, it's okay, yeah. Right, same thing. The PSS said the investigators' entry into the presidential compound was illegal. The CIO ultimately withdrew its investigators out of concern for the safety of its personnel. Outside, die-hard Yoon supporters faced off with police. Stop the steal signs. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. South Korea. Oh, South Korea. Why are you trying to be the United States so much right now? Supporters camped overnight to protect the impeached leader. I'm here in front of the official residence to save our country from the crisis.
위기에 빠진 국가를 구하겠다는 그 구국의 마음으로 나와 있습니다.
The Corruption Investigation Office for high-ranking officials is trying to arrest the president in an illegal way, not a legitimate way. So I came here today to prevent it. Yoon is under criminal investigation for insurrection over his failed martial law bid in December. Lawmakers quickly rejected the move, and Yoon was later impeached and suspended. Yes, that's right. We know about that. Thank you. I think there's more footage of this scuffle. Yeah. Oh my god, this is our second to last story. Great job, everybody. You did it. Pat yourself on the back. You are a champion. A champion, my friend. I say it, and I mean it. We, the people, cannot agree with this warrant. The reason is that if a warrant is issued to detain even a sitting president in such an unjust manner, if such precedent is set, what laws should normal citizens follow, and what laws can protect us? That is why many people are saying this warrant is unjust. To those who are watching this interview, please join us in opposing this. Stop the steal. Stop the steal. I assume that's what he's saying. I don't know, but I'm seeing a lot of stop the steal signs, so I'm just guessing. Jesus Christ. I never wanted doing it in the end. Was that me? Was I translating bad, or was that the actual translation? Sometimes I don't even know what I'm reading. I'm just reading it from the teleprompter, like some sort of a robot. I mean, there's plenty of times where I am, in fact, internalizing the words, but other times I'm just kind of going, like, you know, going on auto. That's on me. But I'm not gonna lie, I never wanted doing it in the end either, so, you know.
Phrasing.
All right, let's go here. And I tricked you. That was actually our last story of the night. This next video we're going to watch isn't really a story so much as a Sunday FUNDAY treat. What?
What you talking about?
Just you wait and you'll find out.
So keep Dearborn clean from the brown people?
Illegal.
Keep seeing people walking out. It's like you can't do a 4 o'clock show. I'm so sorry. I'm Jake Paul fans. I'm sorry. Come on! How's your voice so loud naturally? Dearborn! Come on! Yeah! Give it up for my friends out here. Paul, Eunice, Rami. And our white friend for diversity. Had to include him. I wanted to accurately reflect the demographics of Dearborn, you know what I mean? So we threw a white guy in there, you know what I mean? I've been touring all around the world this year. I probably did 250 shows so far. Yeah. It feels like I'm home now, really. I feel like you're gonna get everything that I say. Also, you might not have a good time because some of you are Arab as well. And I know how some of the Arab uncles go, like, he was not that funny. Like, so I am receptive to negative feedback, but you can send that to my website.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
HassanMinhaj.com. We'll get to it tonight, inshallah. I was a math teacher for 6 years, and that was a hard job. I had to quit that. I was like, kids, you're on your own. You know what I mean? Are there any teachers here tonight? Oh, wow, we got a little pocket up there. And some. Oh, you were really loud. Amazing. What do you teach? Oh, that's beautiful. That's the dream. Are they fun? Are they nice?
Oh my God.
You guys laughed before she even finished, so I don't even know what happened.
It was her voice.
That
It was
could have gone
funny.
either way. She's like, oh my God! You were either about to say, like, they're f***ing crazy, or they're amazing. Which one is it? Same. That's it.
I love how Jerry just realized that's not Hassan.
There's good days, there's bad days. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Well, thank you for your service. Oh, okay. Oh, there you are. What do you teach?
Yes, I did see his post about being able to buy his brother in Palestine a coat for his birthday, but that was a lot less fun than this set, so I figured I'd go with this. I hope you don't mind my editorial decision here.
Oh, computer apps? Oh, yeah. She's like, you know, the multimedia ones. Like I'm supposed to know. She's like, you know. She's like, you know what a computer is, right? Cool. So that's cool. You just basically put them in front of a screen and then you get to check your Instagram all day, right? That's dope. That's dope. I'm like, how are those computers? She's like, oh my God! That's awesome. These are cool gigs. I mean, math teaching, I think, is one of the hardest because we face a social stigma. People tell our students, they always tell them, like, oh, you're going to learn math, you're never going to use it in the real world. You know, they don't do that with other subjects. They don't do that in second grade. Oh, second grader kids, what are you learning how to read? You're never going to use that. Computers, what are you going to do with those? They always do that to us math teachers. It's up, man. And it's up because it's mostly true. It's like 75% true. But really, everything in math does relate to human life. You just have to kind of be a little creative. You know what I mean? Smoke a little weed if you have to. You gotta find the relationship. So for instance, one of my favorite things in mathematics is, it's called the identity property. And everybody in here knows it, maybe not by name. It's when you add a number to 0, you just get the number, right? So 6 plus 0 equals, good, you said 0. Thank you so much. I'm glad. How'd you get to the front row? That's, I know you were joking, but if you meant it, I'm like, that's the sure shot sign that wealth is inherited. You know what I mean? 6 plus 0 is definitely 6, but I appreciate the creativity.
I don't want reality.
6 times 0, though. 0. Nailed it.
That is true.
Okay.
That is true.
Good. So you guys are good. Yeah, see, you guys are good. You guys work with Arabic numerals, I see. You're very good with them. You know, half my family's from Lebanon. I love Lebanese. The Lebanese are fun people, man. The Lebanese are fun. The Lebanese love to have a good time, okay? Here's how you know the Lebanese are the party people, okay? Jesus' first miracle, turning water into wine. happen in southern Lebanon. Yeah, if you don't know, now you know. Yeah, that was miracle number 1. Before that, JC was just a regular guy.
Damn.
And then one day, he's just walking in the desert with 2 jugs of water, just walking, and his followers are like, hey, Jesus, what's up with that water? He's like, just chill, bro. Relax. Finally, he steps over the Lebanese border, boom, it turns into wine, bottles popping, psh, psh, psh. A DJ comes up from the sand dune like, yalla, 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 yalla. A guy pops out a candle as a strobe light, like, just like full-blown party right there. Like, was it even a miracle, or was it just Lebanon? Yeah, I mean. My dad grew up in Beirut. I asked him what he did for fun as a kid. He was a little too honest with me.
That's never good.
He was like, we would smoke hashish and chase each other in the parking lot. We called it hashtag.
Another Shorts Live was removed for copyright. It wasn't shut down for copyright, but it probably was hit by copyright because we watched an SNL skit. But I just turned it off because nobody was watching it. Everybody was here on the flat stream. No love on vertical tonight.
God damn, bruh. Hashtag blessed. Hashtag Baba jokes. Yeah. Keep seeing people walking out. It's like, you can't do a 4 o'clock show? Jesus Christ. Oh, they're going to pray. My bad. That's fair. Look at me. What an asshole. It's the biggest asshole thing ever. I didn't think about that. That's definitely a Dearborn specific issue. Bro, people kept walking out of my show. Why? They didn't like you? No, they had to get closer with God. You know what I mean? So they're faithful people. Yeah. All right. I still got 5 hours left. If anybody needs to go pray, the time is now. We should have worked that out before, like a rotating prayer schedule.
What's he got there? He's got 2 different drinks?
Some people.
He's got a coconut water and something else. I couldn't tell the other drink was. Let's
That's
go.
not how I end my shows.
Like a limeade, maybe? Anybody?
I always got to have a portion of the show where I ask the crowd, is there anything I haven't talked about tonight that you'd like for me to talk about? Anything you want. What? Am I going to talk about it tonight? So you want to request something for me to talk about next time? You trying to leave? Bro, we started the show at 4 o'clock. Most comedy shows start at like 8. You guys are going to be in bed earlier than the whole city. What's that? Blinken. I thought you said Lincoln. I was like, he died. Yeah, we can talk about Blinken and China and crypto. Let's start with those 3. Sure. Let's start with those 3. Nope. No, you don't.
Oh my God.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
What do you have? What? Love is Blind, Habibi. Haven't watched it yet. Only 3 people were disappointed. The rest of you were like, yeah, it's pretty dumb. But it's good. They, representation, I guess. The winners, did they get married? They did? Yeah. Did you talk?
Wait, did you get 60 likes? Now, I could give you another emotional support character right now, but do you need more emotional support to get through this comedy set? I could save you that emotional support character. If you've gotten to 60 likes, then you do deserve another one. But I could just hold it for you. Out of just pure philanthropic, sort of vibes.
Yeah, we were there. We never, that's the thing about those Love is Blind. You never actually have like the follow-up where you check in on their marriage. Because like that, it's really just the lead up to their marriage. It's called Love is Blind.
Shit. We need a duck emotional support character? Look, you could have voted for a duck. You could have had a duck nominated to the Galactic UN Emotional Support Character Vote Committee, which was voted on by practically all members at the time, you know, to some degree. You know, all of the space fams were, you know, at the time, they were all, you know, suggesting emotional support characters. Then we voted on them. We made a whole bracket system. Democracy happened, and no ducks. You know why? Because you weren't here to vote for duck. So you know, you're gonna have to wait until 2025 emotional support characters. If that's a thing. I'm still questioning whether or not we do that, because honestly, I feel like the longer we have the emotional support characters, the more they are supportive, because it's like they're a sort of a, you know, what do you call it? Whatever. We'll talk about this later. Your duck emotional support characters.
We never, that's...
You know, you could get a duck on set by becoming a Galactic Patron member.
The thing about those Love is Blind, you never actually have like the follow-up where you check in on their marriage. Because like that, it's really just the lead up to their marriage. It's called Love is Blind. And then the rest of their lives is a whole different series, you know?
You know, it's possible. Darkwing, was Darkwing Duck on the list? I don't think Darkwing Duck made it on the list.
It starts as Love is
I'd have to
Blind,
look.
ends as Marriage is Hard.
I don't remember doing Darkwing.
Marriage is Hard, Habibti. Am I married? Who's asking? To be honest, right now, my relationship life is kind of like how Dearborn did politics this year. I'm uncommitted.
Oh. That was a topical joke. Well played. Well played, Sammy. I see what you did there.
To my spouse. I'm just kidding. It's not. I'm not married. I'm married. Depends on who's asking, I guess. But cool. China. Make some noise. You've been to China. 3 people. What was the best part of going to China? Not that the food wasn't good. Not a fan. They didn't have baba ganoush. Not enough shawarma joints. You know what I mean?
That's fair. That's probably
what's
true.
the best thing about going to China? The people? Nice people? They're very advanced in technology. Can you give me an example of something that's like common there technologically that you don't have here in the States? They have escalators on their roads? Dude, that's crazy. Did you guys know about that? Or like you're driving and then you like hit a thing and then you just start going up. Like you have to slow down. And then you always have some idiot going the wrong way. Like running against it. That's savage. Cool. Any other cool trivia I should know about China? Their scooters are all electric. It's quiet in the morning. So they don't have gas-powered leaf blowers going off 24/7 either. That's such a an American thing. You go to other countries, it's just like leaves everywhere. But here it's just like, no, we gotta get rid of the leaves. I really think that's an American thing. It started from like the American settlers. They had to clear up all the foliage because that's where the natives were hiding. It's not safe. They could be under the leaves.
Terrible. Jesus Christ.
Because they're brown. Oh, that's up. You went there. You went there. You went there. I do welcome additions to the joke if they're more racist than I was going to say. That way we get a laugh, but it was on you. It wasn't me. I didn't say that. What this city's was? What was this city's motto? Formerly. So keep Dearborn clean? From the brown people?
Help!
Shut up.
I'm being repressed!
Wait, when was that? Guido? Was it Guido? Hubbard. Hubbard founded the city of Dearborn? No, but he made that slogan. What year was this? 50s. Holy keep Dearborn. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, that's what you just told me. I mean, that's fucking... I like how I said, I'm like, to like get rid of the brown people, and you guys were like, yeah, and then she's like, it meant all
white.
You're either an Arab person or Hubbard's granddaughter in disguise. It still means keep it all white. We're not giving up.
Immediately, if
Holy
not sooner.
dude. He would have been very disappointed on the outcome. Rest in peace, not so much that guy, huh? He's somewhere under some brown leaves.
Hey, thanks for the super stick, Moanowip. Look at that beautiful lemon. It's a very, very sexy lemon.
See, this is fun. We're learning. Oh, he made the mistake of getting Yemeni people? After his whole slogan?
Lemon Nope.
How's your voice so loud naturally? I realize that, like, usually it's hard to hear the crowd, but, like, you have, like, a megaphone. And I notice it because you're saying shit. I'm like, maybe don't say it that loud. You know what I mean? Like, he let the Yemenis in because he didn't focus on the black people. Like, what?
Oh, my God. That sounds incredibly racist.
Are you saying his racism was not advanced enough that he knew what Yemenis were?
It's science.
And so this whole time he wanted to get rid of black and brown.
He was in
people,
remedial
like,
racism. Didn't make it to advanced placement racism.
They're from Yemen? They're men, right? They're Yemen. Yemen? Yeah, I like it. So Henry Ford, the Ford guy, made the cars. This building is named after him. Is he from here? He's from Dearborn? He moved to Dearborn when he was a young lad. Back when Dearborn was still clean.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Did he do any of his Ford stuff here? So he actually started making Fords here in Dearborn. His house is here in Dearborn. Oh, I didn't know none of this. Who would have thought? This whole country, and by the way, I love what you guys did this year. You guys seriously put a serious movement on the map in the United States, and all eyes were on you. And naturally, as you know, a lot of people were throwing shade, saying like, oh, Dearborn is not going to determine our election. It's like, this is the home of Henry Ford. I'm just saying, you're driving cars that are indigenous to Dearborn.
That's a good point.
Which is the home of the Browns. Okay? Henry Ford was friends with Hitler. These are all things that I wish I didn't know before starting this conversation. Bro, I'm getting so sabotaged right now by dude, Mossad.
Mossad is in the audience.
What's that?
What about the crypto?
Yeah. I like how you say it. Back to crypto.
Hey.
Back to crypto.
Hey. Don't forget me.
Crypto. Cryptocurrency.
Mr. Comedian.
Anybody here on the crypto?
I had a joke idea, if you recall.
Sounds like it's down right now. Is it up? It's up? Oh, that's cool. If I were to invest in crypto right now today, which one would you say I put? Doge? The Department of Government Efficiency? Long-term Bitcoin?
Long-term Bitcoin.
You think so?
I agree. Long-term Bitcoin going to the moon.
But in the long run, you'll be rich filled with anxiety scars. I can with that.
All right, chat. I'm sorry. I'm gonna cut it off there. I know it's probably very painful to have that happen to you in the middle of the set. Well, we made it through another stream. Wasn't that long or difficult. Not gonna lie. I think we did okay. Regardless, thankfully, we had each other to perhaps enjoy and or get through it with. Well, that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. You didn't think I forgot this, did you? These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, D Cipher, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. You too can help produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. For just a few US dollars a month, you too can become a galactic patron and reap space benefits you never imagined possible. Oh, we'll do this. Of course. Now, there's one more thing before I recognize the fact that you've all entered a great deal of ones into the chat. Don't worry, we're gonna get the after stream, but before we do any of that, we have to recognize another group of people, another group of patrons. But these patrons have taken it above and beyond, gone as far as they can go. That's right, the Galactic Benefactors. Third tier on the Patreon list. Everybody that you're about to see has, essentially, on a monthly basis, been contributing the maximum amount to Patreon that you can. People like PB, a fantastic lady who is constantly in our chats and in our hearts. Nadia, another lady with truly a vast sum of knowledge. Moanob, one of our fantastic lady mods. Currently here, making faces in the chat. Selena, haven't seen you in a while, but we miss you. Donald James X, a guitarist and a great guy. A megastar. Fantastic person, all around, in the chat, all the time. Although I'm not sure I saw Omega today, did I? Maybe. Mitty, of course, the doctor of the notes. Mrs. Jen. A true galactic goddess. Disco Wolf. A fantastic individual, and apparently a baller. Techno Bach. Someone we don't see in chat too much, but is often, dipping in and out and saying what's up. Narwhal by nature. One of our aquatic-based chatters who is never a disappointment to have in our chats. Well, there you go, people. The Galactic Benefactors. All of these people here have helped get us to where we are today. Thank you. Now, because you've all entered in those ones prematurely, I'm just gonna recognize them as having been real, regardless of the prematurity, premature nature. I don't think prematurity is a word. Is it? Actually, maybe it is. Whatever. The premature nature of those ones is gonna be disregarded. I'm gonna accept those ones as a legitimate form of engaging the galactic afterstream. So, let's get to it. Chill stream time. How hard can we chill? That's the question. Whether 'tis nobler to suffer the slings and arrows of chilling hard AF, or to just, do stuff, do whatever. I don't care. I've ever called you a lady mod. I don't know. I don't know who I call lady mod and who I haven't. I'm not keeping a list of things. I say a lot of words. Do you know how many words I say during these streams? I honestly don't. I was actually hoping for a number, because it feels like literally 100,000 words a night. It can't be true, but it feels like it sometimes. Say a lot of them. And I feel that saying the same word over and over gets repetitive. So I try not to as much as I can. Where is it? Oh, there it is. There it is.
Tax proposal. Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election those arguments will not be made again, and I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and the children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916, and it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the president, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years, we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people are saying, oh, this is terrible. I got $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in